Hello, hello, hello. How are y'all doing today? How was everybody's weekend? What am I going to cover today? Well, I'm going to be covering a slightly... God. Things just keep happening, don't they? And we're going to be talking about that. And I'm going to put my little clicky thing away so I don't play with it and mess up the microphone. So, I haven't really been sticking my nose in this. And now I'm going to. This KP, Saberspark, Brony Fandom, Courtney Pete, etc., situation is getting ridiculous. And And not only that, but the involvement that some people have had in this situation has been getting ridiculous. This is about Anthony, isn't it? No! It's not about Anthony. What the fuck did Anthony do? I mean, I guess it's tangentially related to him as much as it's related to me and Sai and everybody. Don't research the situation, because it's not directly about the situation. What this is about is how these situations are handled. And here's the thing, you guys. Y'all didn't learn anything from the Lily Orchard situation. Nothing. Sorry to be cynical, but you've had a bunch of people telling you for the past few years to stop letting YouTubers form your opinions for you. People like Lily Orchard, you need to stop letting her form an opinion for you. And you need to learn to think for yourself. And instead of taking that to heart, or like actually thinking for yourselves, you've instead hitched your wagon to a new person. Or several people. And I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Me, Sai, Anthony, KP, Saberspark, Courtney, any YouTuber that you can think of, we're not special, okay? We're just people that got lucky enough to have a bit of an audience. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I think yeah. I mean, like, this goes beyond that. It expands out to people like Hassan and H3H3. And it's the same shit. Different story, you know? Like, I think that there is a point where a lot of people, they look at this YouTuber or public figure that they've been watching, and that public figure says something that they don't like, and they feel betrayed. And I don't understand why. Like, I understand why, but there is no reason that we should be feeling that way. You don't know us, right? Yeah, you gotta form your own opinions. I believe in you. You can do it. And how do I say this? Putting yourself out there on the internet, to the extent that a lot of us have, here in the YouTuber community, small scale and big scale, it requires us to give up our dignity in a lot of ways. And I think it requires a very specific kind of person that has something deeply wrong with them to be willing to forfeit their dignity like that, so to speak. So yeah, I'm calling myself out. I'm calling my friends out. I'm calling my coworkers out. There is something deeply wrong with all of us, I think. That we put ourselves out there to the extent that we do and sacrifice our privacy and our dignity like that. So already on that front, you should take everything that we say with a grain of salt. Because I guess I can only speak for myself. Speak for myself. When I say that I think that since I was very young, there was part of me that wanted a slice of that public attention. Um, I think all of us do that. That's why we make videos. That's why we stream. We do that so that, we get attention from the public. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but I think once you frame it like that, you need to start thinking about every decision that we make and the context that deep desire plays into those decisions. Oh, yeah. I don't talk about my private life much either, Sai. And I don't think that's what it's really about. Like, there's things that I will never tell the internet, but I have still given up a part of what I can be as, like, a private citizen, I suppose you can say. People, even if it's not very many, people know about me now. People know about Sai, people know about Anthony, people know about Courtney, people know about KP, people know about Saberspark. And the details of how much they know, I think, is only, part of the equation. But at the end of the day, we are known. And I don't think that is to the extent that we have pursued that, I don't think that's normal. So on that note, let's talk about the I Love Kim Possible a lot situation and the Brony Fandout situation. And I've been kind of following things from behind the scenes. Oh my god, I don't know if I want to watch the Cope and Seeds video. We might. I've been thinking about it. We might do that on stream. But I think the details of the KP situation and the Saberstark situation, I think that again, my point isn't so much that this specific situation was bad, and don't get me wrong, it was bad. Like, this was bad. For whatever reason, KP had information that somebody got hurt, and instead of going to the authorities, decided to make a meme video about it. And the intent there was to ruin somebody. There was no seeking justice. There was no attempt to make things better or make things right. The point was to destroy. And it was to destroy and use that destruction to create a platform for herself. And that's exactly what the video, Steven Universe Garbage, and Here's Why, was intended to do. It was intended to bite chunks out of a woman that Lily Orchard didn't know. It was attempted to bite chunks out of her career enough to the point that Lily Orchard would gain enough notoriety to become popular and famous. That's what that video was about. That's what this KP video is about. And you know what? In a way, that's what me and a lot of my coworkers and friends have been doing to a lot of these situations. The point is to pick something apart into its little pieces and use those little pieces to boost up our opinions or careers or videos or what have you. And that's like a blunt way to say it, maybe. Yeah. the Steven Universe video by Lily Orchard was shit, and the Kim Possible video was shit. But what happened is you had us, including KP, say, hey, don't listen to that Lily Orchard person over there. Form your own opinions for yourself, and don't listen to her. And then KP, who isn't perfect, because none of us are, also had that urge to make a video to boost herself up using negativity. And we fell for it again. I mean, like, I thought, I thought this was bullshit when it came out. So it's like, I'm built different. But I don't fault anybody for really falling for it again to an extent, because it's kind of inevitable when people were holding up people like, Courtney and KP as these heroes of the story. When on YouTube, there are no heroes. Yeah, KP has been holding a grudge against Saber and Chris for a decade. Yes. Yeah, this is true. I think there's like a lot of other moving parts going on with it. But I think that we need to have a conversation about how we look at YouTubers. But anyway. Now, the other part of this is that there have been many, many times where the people that I work with have done and said things that I think are stupid and I don't agree with. Things that have hurt me. And I think that I have a right to feel hurt over. Because they're my coworkers and they're my friends. But feeling that sort of personal betrayal when you're a member of an audience, I think is probably uncalled for to an extent. I will say this up front, and I know she's watching, and I'm gonna, put you a bit in the hot seat, Sai, but me and Sai fight sometimes. Lately, quite often. And I think expecting me and Sai to get along all the time is frankly ridiculous. There are actions that she's done that I don't approve of. And I could say the same for Anthony Gramuglia as well. There's actions that he's done that I don't approve of, that I don't think are a good idea. But I feel like the difference there and the way a lot of audiences have been treating the three of us is that to an extent we know each other. We're just coworkers, I would say, and we're friendly. I'd like to think that in a lot of ways that we're friends, but we're not always going to agree and we're not always going to be right. And I'm not here to defend what anybody said and what anybody's done. I think people are pretty aware of how I feel about certain things. And I think it's silly to drag this out onto the internet for everybody to watch as we fight and bicker. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to give you people that. I'm not going to give you that satisfaction. Any issues that I have with my personal relationships are going to stay personal. I'm not going to make content out of it. And you're just going to have to deal with that. Sorry. I don't agree with my friends sometimes. And I get upset with my friends sometimes, but that's not content for you guys. It's not for you. That's my personal business. And yeah, I'll never give you the satisfaction. And in a lot of cases, in the private conversations that I've had with certain people about some of my friends and coworkers' recent actions, you know, while I wish that certain people wouldn't do certain things, they're the other person's usually not in the right either. Um, like, should I be specific today? Yeah, let's be specific today. I'm feeling spicy and I'm willing to deal with the fallout if it happens. Uh, I do not think that we should be screenshotting random people's posts on the internet. I think that's a bad idea. Um, Not as individuals. Like if you're on just some random Tumblr user and you do that, I don't give a shit. The thing is that we are not random Tumblr users anymore. Um, so if we go to my channel, um, Firefox, come on, not that one, that one. I just hit 2.4K subscribers. That's cool. Uh, you couldn't get me to send that amount of people after any individual on the internet. That is just like a random private person that I don't personally know. That would be really messed up of me. And uh, I think anybody bigger than that should really be thinking about that too. I'm going to be frank, I think that was a bad idea. I think you shouldn't have done that. On the other hand, you know what's a really easy way to not have a YouTuber or a public figure respond to you and then deal with the consequences of all of that creator's fans coming after you? Shut the fuck up. Like, this goes two ways. And while there is definitely a power dynamic in favor of people like me and Sai and Ant, there's a definite power dynamic there, and one that I think all three of us have perhaps even unintentionally taken advantage of. It doesn't mean that the other person is in the right. We have to be a little bit more careful. We have to be a little bit more responsible. But that doesn't mean that the people treating us like crap are in the right. Um, People just assume everyone's audience is their attack dogs because that's what they do if they had one. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Sai. Even if it's unintentional, people will still like fall on the sword for their favorite YouTubers. That's just how it works. That's just how it is, even when we don't want to. That is why you see so many YouTubers say, "Hey, don't go after this person," because that doesn't actually work. What it does is it gives that YouTuber some plausible deniability of like, "Well, I didn't mean it to happen. I told them not to do it." So that way, if anything bad happens, that YouTuber can say, "Well, like I told them not to do it," but like it happens every single time, and we should know better. And again, it is I don't want to dance around this topic for too much. It is not Sai's fault if a bunch of kids on Tumblr start, flooding a community and bad mouthing a person that they don't really know simply because they disagreed with Sai. That isn't Sai's fault. Um, and some of the people that have been saying this shit about Sai, you know, they are in the wrong. Because like why are they there in the first place in these communities talking about like what is the purpose here? You're doing the same thing that we do. It's just that you have a smaller reach of power, you know? Um Anyway. Yeah, they want to feel important, but I don't know. I feel like part of that is why we do what we do. Um, we want to think that what we have to say matters. So we make these videos, we do these streams, we tell a bunch of people the way we think and why we think it, hoping it will entertain them or persuade them into our way of thinking. And in a way, that's also kind of self-important. Um, just to peel back the layers on that a little bit. And it's okay to want to feel important, I think. I wish that we all got the privilege of being able to scream into the void and be upset about someone that hurt us. Um, I think everybody deserves, you know, to be able to do that, to be able to say with their whole chest, this person hurt me and I'm not going to stand for it. In an ideal world, that would be fantastic. Um, but we have to be realistic and understand that, like, that's that's sometimes going to cause more damage than the initial problem. So, yeah. So I'm saying all these things, I'm giving all these platitudes of like, hey, don't treat YouTubers like authority figures. Don't listen to just one person and get all your opinions from them. And I'm sitting up here yapping alone as if I am an authority figure and as if I know better. Um, and I am going to give the opportunity for that to not be the case, and invite some people on to talk if they want to. Um, I have already asked a couple people if they wanted to talk about this today. Um, I'll leave the door open to people that I know personally. Um, just because it's easier to figure that out in that way. But you know, if Sai or any of my other friends watching want to talk and weigh in on this, they're welcome to. If they want to call me and talk about it, I have already, me and Anthony have already spoken about him coming on and talking. But I'm gonna leave the door open today. If you want to chat about this with me today on stream, just send me a message and I'll bring you in on a call. So that you can like say your piece, because it's one thing for me to speak platitudes of how we shouldn't listen to YouTubers to give us our opinions, but you know, let's let some other people weigh in. I'm gonna bring Anthony on call now. Hello, hello.
Hello there. Sorry if I didn't alert you enough on the chat there. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it's just
Uh,
a call now, so I just hit the button and didn't think 5 seconds about that. Sorry
my
about that.
reactive is. I'm gonna actually.
Do I have like an icon on screen? Oh my god, I can
Yes, you
actually
do.
talk and light up on the camera.
Yeah, I know. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna fix this a little bit.
Hmm.
There we go.
Glorious. Glorious. I'm
Do
here
a little
now.
bigger. And I think we could even transform.
By the way, I gotta say, I love your icon with the freaking like lightsaber. It's just so great.
Thank you. All right, I'm just gonna put you over there for now.
Cool.
Okay,
Excellent. Your
so
OBS actually functions correctly.
yeah, I don't know what's going on with yours, but
Yeah, mine is just terrible, I think, is the answer to all
yeah,
problems there. Yeah, no. So your topic today about like YouTubers not being authority figures, I fully agree with all of that actually, given recent events and what I've thought about myself for many, many times. Um yeah, I don't see myself as an authority figure, even though I know I've kind of found myself in the position where people see me as that. So
yeah,
I'm with you on that one.
yeah. We didn't ask for this, but this is kind of part of it, I suppose. And
Yeah. And to an extent,
um,
I'm kind of used to it because, like, the whole game journalism thing, comic journalism, media journalism thing, where
yep,
people ascribe a degree of value to what you have to say beyond what you actually are, which is to say, a person with opinions on the internet.
yep,
And it's very complicated. I'm to an extent used to it, but also still not used to it, even after years of having that kind of thrust upon me. And with YouTube, it's just a bigger platform in that sense. It's kind of bizarre, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah. Um, I think that I think it's an extension of celebrity culture.
Mm.
Um,
Well,
and
I mean,
sorry, I
yeah.
just
Sorry, I
got a
cut you off
message
there.
that I was
No,
responding
no, I
to.
cut you off there. I'm sorry.
And we know that celebrity worship is wrong, but looking at it at a smaller scale, um, it doesn't make it any better.
No, it really doesn't. And what stinks is that people on YouTube, and I was talking this, but with some people too. Like, I'm kind of glad I got into YouTube when I'm like older, because if I was younger, this would like be the most toxic shit you could possibly experience. Because, like, I can't imagine being immature and having the platform I have, where, like you said before, if you acknowledge someone who is a smaller creator, it could like really mess with them, in a way that's negative. If like you talked about an opinion or a hot take you disagree with, or a tweet criticizing you, and you drew attention to them unfairly. Like I'm very conscious of that, and I feel like I, on occasion, make errors on that with judgment, but I try not to. And it's something I'm more increasingly conscious of. Just even talking to people on social media, you're worried that like your engagement could flood them with negativity if it gets to that point. You know,
Yeah,
it,
even when we're in the right.
Yeah. Oh, and often we are. Like again, not that you mean about it, but like often we are. But at least in my opinion, anyway. But like you look at for example, you get these like one small example I think is worth bringing up because I feel like it's a pretty black and white situation. There are several blogs and Tumblr accounts and Twitter accounts that basically like regurgitate old drama involving you over and over and over again, and after a while, you're kinda like, "Guys, we settled this, like, a month ago, a year ago, like, this is all old news. Why are we bringing this back up again?" And
Yeah,
it's the same people every time. Yeah.
you see, that's the thing, is that on one hand, if we say, man, I don't like this one little Tumblr user, uh you'll have people destroying that person. But on the other hand, if you fucked up even once a long time ago,
Mhm.
people will bring it up over and over and over again.
Oh, yeah. No, no,
Um
100%. Even if it's a tweet, you know? That's the problem with, like, the internet. We tend to have this kind of, like, archivist mentality where it's like everything is archived, everything is deserving of, like, a museum piece examination of the history of a person. And, like, you get right down to it, you're like, "What does this actually contribute to our understanding of either human culture or the person we're even talking about or anything?" It's like, "Okay, what's the point of all this?" And it's frustrating because you deal with all this, continual, and again, like, having been involved with things where you need to know archival, you need to know old clips of someone saying this and that and what have you. To an extent, I get it, but also it's like, what value does it have in the moment?
Well,
What
like many
value does information
things.
have?
Yeah, like many things in life, there is no, like, it isn't 100% one way or the other. I am
Mm,
somebody that believes in um the value of archiving things. That's
mm.
why even when I mess up, I don't try to make something disappear.
No, 100% agree with
Um
that. None of
like
my
I
mistakes are hidden.
yeah, like I've messed up, but I'm not going to try to obfuscate my screw ups. I don't want to continue to perpetuate either harmful or incorrect information. And I think those are two different things. And we often conflate the two,
Mhm.
incorrect and harmful, when that's not the case, because correct information can also be harmful. Um, I just, I don't want to perpetuate that, but I don't want to hide that it's something that I've said in the past.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And I'll tell you this too, there is I hear you on that one, but there is also a discussion on the kind of like how do I explain this correctly, what I'm trying to say? It's a little complicated, so bear with me on this one. I might screw up the point, but I'm gonna try my best to get to it quickly. Um, obviously my channel has gotten a lot bigger over the last like year or so. It's kind of wild actually in the last year. But when I was like first starting out, there were a lot of channels that were targeting me for harassment, you know? And who still do to an extent. And it's like when I was first starting off, you're like, wow, I'm a smaller channel, I'm up and coming. And these massive channels, some still bigger than I am now, are targeting me just to like push at my buttons, try to discredit me as a critic, what have you. And it's just funny because the closer I get to their position, the less I ever feel inclined to do that, you know? Like, it's really strange. I don't know if that means anything or not.
I mean, I kind of think of it as like if you were like dating somebody
Mhm.
and you messed up really early on, uh, and they never let you live it down. I think that would
Oh,
also,
yeah.
that's also like a bad thing too. And it's kind of the same thing. I think that like it's a slightly separate mentality, if that makes
Mm.
sense.
No,
Um,
I agree, I agree. Well, I'm
but it
also
comes
thinking
into the
too
whole
oops, sorry.
parasocial relationship, I think, at the end of the day.
Oh, 100%. And people have a really parasocial relationship with YouTubers in general who are just mostly just normal people. Like, having talked to a bunch of YouTubers over the course of the last year, I can confirm every single one of them was a normal person who, you push them into a normal conversation, we'll talk about normal things, like, anytime. Um, every one of us has, like, the normal things that people deal with. I mean, I've spoken to people who have over 1,000,000 subscribers at this point, and they're all normal people, with the exception of Shadiversity, but he's a unique individual, we'll put it that way.
You
Um,
spoke to him personally?
no, never directly, but, I would never talk to him personally because he seems like a person who can't shut himself up. If I talked to Shadiversity, you would never hear the end of it. I more meant like he's like the only person I've indirectly communicated with through reaction videos who just seems like a really odd person,
I mean,
who's
Lily
big, if
Orchard
that makes any
also.
sense. What's up?
Lily Orchard also is also
Oh
big.
god, yeah, her. Okay, that's a good point too. I almost forgot about her. I almost forgot about that experience. Just memory hold that one in the conversation that of the Lily Orchard channels. No, yeah, no. So those two are the strangest interactions I've ever had. Most other people are fairly normal who I've interacted with. Um, but even so, it's like I think we kind of sometimes put in more meaning into interactions than we should, just because it's the nature of the internet and it's in writing and it's all recorded and all that. I don't know. I'm not making any sense, by the way. If I'm rambling, let me know because I will shut up if need be.
No, you're good. You're good. Um,
I think also one thing worth noting is that a lot of people who are like will have a tendency to like try to attack YouTubers for like and on a professional level. Like I've gotten multiple occasions where people have emailed business contacts and other YouTubers in an attempt to sabotage my advancement as a YouTuber. Like it's happened at least twice, and that's really strange.
The sabotaging, yeah.
Yeah, like it's really strange the level of invasive tendencies people will take. Like I've mentioned this before, but there've been two occasions where people have emailed other YouTubers who they think of as like people who I'm looking to like. Basically, I think the
Network
intention is
with,
people who
yeah.
yeah, network with, communicate with, become friends with, what have you. And so in some cases, I do work with them actively, and it looks like they're trying to sabotage business contacts, people who could become friendly with, if not friends with, to poison the well before I can get to them, or they can get to me, or vice versa, what have you, in terms of anything, whatever that might mean. And it's designed to sabotage my future on this platform, and people get very invasive about that. And the
I,
question becomes, what is your responsibility to do? Do you respond to it publicly? Do you talk about it privately? Like what is the acceptable response? Because no one really teaches you that.
yeah, that's another thing. Where and I think that that's kind of what happened with the KP situation too. It was deliberate
Mm,
sabotage, regardless of why of what actually happened and if this supposed victim anything ever happened to them. And I haven't watched Beckett's video, but from what I know of the person that made the claims, it's looking more and more likely that they're bullshit. Um,
yeah.
just because based on that person's past. And then you look at Brony Fandom attacking Black Griffin, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not gonna catch any strays for Black Griffin because he's a dick and he's a chud. But to learn that Brony Fandom was going after his relationship with his wife when Brony Fandom used to have like a crush on that woman and
Mhm.
pursued her and has all this other shit going on.
Is
Ugh.
creepy. It's deeply
Yeah, like
unsettling.
it kind of like calls into question the motivations. And
Mm.
again, I'm not gonna fucking fall on the sword for Black Griffin of all people. Like for over a decade, this guy has been a chud. So I don't understand why people are like fighting for his dignity or for his um reputation, because honestly his reputation is shit because he's a dick and he's an asshole, but at the
I agree
same
with you. I'm
time,
inclined to agree with you on that one. Black Griffin, and you can get me in the record for this one. I have no at all desire to defend Black Griffin on any front ever.
no.
Because he just strikes me as a deeply weird, deeply uncomfortable, deeply disconcerting person. And that has nothing to do with the allegations. He just strikes me as a person who I don't want to be associated with, period,
Yeah,
under any circumstances. I get the idea of saying, hey, maybe he didn't groom anyone if that's what if you feel the evidence pushes you in that direction. But I'm not going to defend the guy because
yeah.
it wouldn't shock me if, like, in a few years, something came out that was also concerning. And I never want to ever. He just strikes me as the kind of guy who, if he
Yeah,
isn't involved with something now, he might be involved with something strange later. Like, he's not the kind of person you want to defend,
I
in
mean,
my opinion, anyway.
like, yeah, but like in terms of his relationship with his wife, yeah, I think it's fucking weird, but it's also not my business. She's perfectly
And having,
happy with it, and perhaps in a couple, if she ever was like, actually that was really messed up and I didn't like it, then yeah, sure, we should listen to her. But at this point,
hmm,
it's really not our business. She doesn't want it to be our business, and I think
well, I will
speculating on
say
it
this, Grim. Have
publicly
you,
is not
well,
great.
Grim, have you seen, you haven't seen Beckett's video, right?
No.
Because they interview her in that video.
Yes, I am aware. I am aware of the what conversation, what they go over, the broad
Okay.
strokes of it. But like,
Mhm.
Beckett's not somebody that I like listening to. I don't like the sound of that person's voice, but I
That's
might end
fair.
up
That's fair.
watching the video on stream anyway. So we'll see.
Mm,
Sorry, Beckett, if you
yeah.
ever hear that.
So I'll let my full I'll give full transparency on this one. I've actually spoken to Beckett when he was making the video. In fact, Beckett reached out to me prior to releasing the video to tell me the gist of what the video was going to encompass.
Interesting.
Um, I'd spoken to Beckett previously, and this isn't like a secret or anything like that. Beckett would tell the same thing himself, I'm sure. But we spoke initially about like the whole Lio convoy thing, and then
Mm.
after that, he reached out to me about the KP and the KP expose, and I offered him some feedback on it. He actually cites me in the video because we were talking about specifically the whole thing with Lazy Bedhead, and I was like saying, oh, this, that, and the third. Here's why I thought that the video was Lazy's video on Black Griffin was very compelling. And we discussed it all out. He cut most of it out because he ultimately did talk to Lazy Bedhead and they were able to come to an understanding about certain things. But even then, I was talking to Beckett pretty early on in his production of that video. And, I think he did a really great job with the video itself. I think it's really a really fair expose. I think it is pretty balanced. I haven't heard much feedback against it yet. I know Goddamn It Malcolm did a stream talking about it. I haven't seen any of it. I think in general, the expose is pretty solid. But I think the problem is that it does expose a big issue that people have with I have with YouTube call out culture. Um, it's that we are willing to just react without much in terms of evidence, much in terms of uh, information that we can draw from. And I think a lot of this has to do with the case of previous bad actors with a long history of a bad reputation, getting away with it and having like a whole big controversy around them. There's one person I can mention who I'm thinking of immediately with this whole thing, who had a well-known reputation for being a creeper, who people just allowed to be a creeper in public spaces for a very long time until eventually he was kind of called out for it. Um, though I'm not sure how spicy you want to get, Krim,
No,
on
go
this one.
for it. You're good. You're good.
So Vic Mignogna had a reputation for
Oh!
decades in
Yeah.
conventions for being a
Yeah.
creeper. Like this wasn't I heard this in middle school that he was a creeper.
Yeah.
Like this isn't
Me
like a
too.
subtle thing. Yeah, exactly. If you're in conventions in the 2000s, you heard stories by Vic Mignogna. Like he was well known for being an asshole. And like all of a sudden, decades later, he gets called out for publicly, and people are like, I've never heard this before. I'm like, really? You haven't heard this shit before? I was hearing this back in like before I went to conventions. Like FMA, the original, was still airing. I was hearing stuff about him being a creep. Like this wasn't a secret, and yet people were so shocked in public that this was going on. Like he just was okay. So if you guys don't know who Vic Mignogna is, if you ever see Full Metal Alchemist, he's the voice actor for Ed. He's the voice actor for what's his
The
name from Oron Host Club?
Oron,
The
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 blonde
most
guy.
annoying character in Oran Host Club. I've said it. Yeah, I said it. He's the worst.
I think
Tamaki.
he's
There we go.
funny. I think he's funny.
I think I would. You would punch Tamaki in the face if you ever had to deal with him in
Listen,
real life.
you don't want to know what I do, but anyway, continue.
Oh, that's valid. That's valid. But no, like basically, he's a well-known asshole. Like very well-known. I know people who worked at conventions who have horror stories about having to deal with his like prima donna demands. But it became an internet controversy. I think now it's mostly settled down. I don't think most people care about that anymore. But like it was like for a period of like 4 to 5 years, people were like defending this man who everyone involved in the community knew was an asshole, but they were rallying behind him. And now there's a big video about it. I think Mars Girl put it out a couple months ago, detailing the whole history pretty conclusively. But that was the reaction to any call out for a while. Defense, immediate defense. So I think some people in counterbalance to that believe everything without any perspective.
Well, and then
Um,
what happens is that, damn it, this person really did call out this one guy. I guess this new person that called them out is the person that we're going to take as like their word is law, and yeah, that's my new person to listen to. And then inevitably, that person fucks up too, and it's like, fuck, I feel so betrayed. But this person calling them out, that's the new person I'm gonna listen to, and they just make the same mistake over and over and over and over again, when it's like what
mhm.
you've really got to do is stop taking an individual's word as law just because they're a public figure.
Exactly.
um
And there's a thing also, using another example of a YouTuber that using the Vic Mignogna thing again, because I'm like now my brain's coming back to memories of this. Nick Rekieta, he was a YouTuber, I think. He was a lawyer. Now he's arrested for child endangerment and getting his kids on coke. But he was one of the biggest defenders of Vic Mignogna back in the day, and he was like a lawyer. He was saying all this stuff about how legally Vic had nothing. He had a case against for torturous interference with his hiring. This is a whole thing. A lot of people were talking about how like he was talking about how like legally there was no, Nick Rekieta. I think it's Rekieta.
I
I
got
think.
it.
Yeah, you
This guy.
got it. Oh, it's K, not a C.
Oh, and of course he got
Oh,
involved
there
to
you go.
fuck with fucking Chris Chan. Of course he
Of
did.
course, everything. He was involved with everything. And this guy, yeah, everything you look at on Vegeta, like everything is like he let his kids get exposed to cocaine. He put his kids in endangerment. This man actually, okay, this is a fun story. This guy attacked me when I was a journalist on a big live stream, like just targeted. I had like 2,000 subscribers on like followers on like Twitter, and the guy like did a whole like hour and a half long live stream because I wrote an article about the case on CBR.
Uh huh.
And this was like I was like a nobody at the time. I had a couple articles out, and he spent all this time attacking me, some nobody, and he had an audience bigger than I do now at the time. And I'll tell you that stuff's a lot. You have a lot of eyes on you all at once. You might make an article for like $10 on a cheap news site. All of a sudden, now you're getting people like tracking your work history. Like literally every single thing I could have had talked about my life was exposed on the internet because I talked about this case, which is one of the reasons why I don't give a shit anymore. Like it's already been done. People have already done what they can to dig up any possible dirt in my history. It's all out there, all of it. So I just don't give a fuck anymore, which is great. Um, but that was a case of me being a nobody, being targeted by a massive account with a massive following, with a radicalized audience. So after that, you're like, well, okay, I get it now. I get the feeling a small person will, like a smaller account might have if a big YouTuber targets them because it's happening multiple times before becoming a YouTuber.
Yep.
So it sucks. It genuinely sucks, especially if it's not someone who's like there for a rational conversation. They just want to crush you under their foot.
And I've actually experienced this myself. I'm not going to go into details
Mm-hmm.
about what it was because it was like I'm not attached to that identity anymore, but like it was like a fairly anonymous account, and I, not attached to my real name, not attached to my Crimson Ender identity at all. And
Mm-hmm.
I got into an argument over somebody that, and again, I'm not going to go into details, but somebody that had like a pretty big following. And a lot of defenders, and this person was really messed up and weird in a lot of ways. And I I had people harassing me for months, if not years, because I dared to stand up to this person. And it's one thing, if you're in the right, like maybe, but I still think that like it still sucks, even if you're in the wrong, to be that
Oh
little
yeah.
person that's being kicked around by someone so much bigger than you, even if you're in the wrong. uh, at the end of the day, the same thing is still happening. And personally, I'm not a big believer in crime and punishment. I
No,
don't think
100%.
that really works. Me getting punished for daring to voice my opinion, regardless of if it's right or wrong, is really fucked up, actually. And regardless of whether we intend to or not, because of the size of our audiences, and that's relative depending on who you're talking to,
Yeah.
you know, that can become a problem too. It becomes even unintentionally so a weapon that is used to silence people, and we got to be careful.
Oh, 100%.
May I read off some super chats? Because
Please. I'm sorry. I've been
yeah,
talking nonstop. I'm so sorry.
it's okay. It's okay. Angel Art and Gaming, thank you for the super chat. This is why I don't want people to defend me on my behalf when I don't want it. I can take care of myself and I don't want to be responsible for harm. And yeah, but people do that anyway, regardless of if you're a YouTuber or just a person who's, your friend gets upset by the way that you're treated. We can't always control other people's actions. We just have to try to be responsible with our presence. Thank you for the super chat, Nick Wolf. Half expected Ant to be a sock puppet. Payback. And I'd have to draw new art. And I think, it's one thing when it's, I'm a little demon guy. But I think, making, what would that even look like if I made a little sock puppet of Ants? Some weird sort of flesh sock with, I don't think
glasses.
With
Just socks with glasses on it and a wig.
Yeah,
that's
about
it.
Maybe I'll do a paper bag puppet.
Seriously.
Hey, Ant, got your nose? Yeah, well, I don't always draw noses in my art style. Sorry.
My nose is particularly large also, so maybe it's a good thing you didn't draw it. It would dominate the art.
Well, it's because I'm an ex-Homestuck, that's why.
You know what it would look like if you drew my nose? You ever watch The Visions of Escaflowne? With the extensively large noses in that series?
Yeah.
That'd be my nose. The Visions of Escaflowne noses.
Thank you for the $1 Shark Jumping Walrus. And Nick Wolf. It's ironic that Vic Mignogna's best role is Dragon Ball Z Broly, a toxic, brutish rage monster who's very, let's say, questionable at best fan base. I simply work here.
I will give Mignogna this. Edward Elric is a good role. And he just never changed his voice after that, even for Broly.
Okay, so that is going to tangentially lead into another thing that I want to talk about, but we're going to finish the super chats and then we'll get into it.
Gotcha.
Bluebo, thank you for the super chat. Ant, I swear to God, I thought you meant that guy went after you with the rusty pipe IRL when you said he went after you. I don't think I'd want to go after Ant, even if I was armed to the teeth. That guy, he's a pretty, Ant's kind of tall.
That is true.
Yeah, that would not be a good idea.
I'm decently tall. I wouldn't say I'm super tall. I'm like a normal tall. I'm 6'1", so I'm not super. And not like with some guys who say they're 6'1", but they really 5'9". I can back it up.
Rekieta looks kind of scrawny from these
Rekieta,
pictures.
I don't know how tall he is, but you know what the thing it is? When you do enough cocaine, it does make you seem like a smaller person because you've just consumed so much cocaine, it's burned away the rest of you.
God.
And genuinely, no, I'm not joking. He's done.
No, I know. It's just. No, I know you're not joking, but Jesus, you're getting dark today.
No, I mean, if you want to get really dark, you see how much cocaine was in his kids' systems when they.
Okay. Anyway, okay. So moving on from the cocaine children.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not a joke. Even that's just truth.
I'm gonna bring up something from your deep dark past.
Go for it.
And I think the situation with Vic is similar to a more recent situation with a Mr. Neil Gaiman.
Oh God, yeah, okay. We're really diving into the uncomfortable topics, but please go for it.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. And here's the thing: Vic Mignogna is a good voice actor, and Neil Gaiman is a good writer, and they're talented.
I have to agree with that. I do think Neil Gaiman's a good author.
Absolutely.
Do I think Vic Mignogna is a good voice actor? Only Edward Elric, basically.
I mean, I like his, I like his voice acting, but that's not relevant. I think the thing is, at the end of the day, somebody like Gaiman is a once in a generation type of writer. We don't get a lot of those guys. But it doesn't matter how talented somebody is. They are still capable of being monsters.
100% agree.
If you keep on saying, I was like, oh, well, Vic Mignogna, he was always a shit voice actor anyway. Or you look at what people are doing now with Gaiman, where they're going through his work and trying to be like, oh, well, the writing was always bad anyway. No, it wasn't. And if you keep on thinking that, well, of course his writing was bad if he's a bad person, you're you're just gonna get tricked again.
Agreed. No, 100%.
I
And
think it
I
was with Rowling, that was easy because her writing is very childish and mean spirited and derivative and not very
hell
good.
yeah.
But that's,
Yeah.
that doesn't always correlate. Um,
100%.
sometimes people are absolute monsters and they're extremely talented, and like defending because you feel something because of their talented art or creations, um, doesn't mean they aren't capable of hurting people. And I think that
Mm. Oh yeah.
goes hand in hand with this whole YouTuber thing as well.
Oh, 100% agree, and that's what sucks about it. With Neil Gaiman, I kind of associate him with Polanski and, the Rurouni Kenshin guy, whose name eludes me. Um, their works are fantastic. Genuinely, some of the greatest works of fiction I've ever read, personally. And it just sucks they were associated with people who they were created by people who knew better. Like, their works demonstrate such deep, intimate emotional vulnerability and understanding of human suffering, and yet they still created works that are so deeply upsetting and so deeply so they did such deeply abusive, horrible things to people, and it's absolutely horrendous. And their works show they understand human emotion, human intimacy, human Nobuo Watsuki. There we go. Nobuhiro Watsuki. There we go. That's his name. Um, like, the fact that these works exist the way that they do, it's clear they get the people who they harmed. They understand how these people were vulnerable and could be exploited and could be hurt, and they did it anyway. And that is so deeply hurtful to know. Um, like, it genuinely sucks. Like, it's horrible and cruel and terrible. And you look at that and you go, well, there's no other way of really wrapping your mind around it. With my connection with the whole Neil Gaiman thing, obviously, the tweets that have become infamous, that I made initially when the case was just opening up, that was a product of me trying to figure out what was going on even. And I made those tweets while in the middle of listening to the podcast. So my mistake was talking publicly before fully understanding the whole situation.
No, yeah, and because you're a public figure, of course, that was
Mhm.
recorded and people will throw it in your face. Because
100%.
again, that's just part of the deal that we get as, and that's
Oh, yeah.
showbiz, kid. Like that's how it
Basically.
works.
Yeah, yeah, and it
uh,
teaches you a valuable lesson. Wait till you read everything before making a public statement, or d
yeah,
or wait a little bit longer. There's no harm in waiting to make a public statement,
yeah.
because I clearly disagree with the mentality I had when I made those tweets, because I definitely know much more than I did when I made them.
I think
A
it's
and
natural
I
to
s
be
oh,
like, oh, wait a minute. Well, Guyman's like a writer that I like a lot, and to have that knee jerk reaction of like, well, hang on, wait a second, wait a minute.
well,
Uh,
no, actually, that wasn't even why I made
my,
those tweets. My
yes, I
initial
get
tweets
that,
were oh, well,
and
my
again,
initial tweets were actually saying, "I believe that these women are saying the truth, and I believe Gaiman should be held accountable." My confusion came in with listening to the podcast. That's where I got confused.
but
Like, the podcast was what threw me off. I
yeah,
fully believed that something had happened, but then
but
listening to it. Oh, I keep cutting you off. I'm
yeah,
so sorry.
yeah. My point is that, like, yes, I know that. My point is that even if you were somebody who had in that moment been like, hey, wait a minute, this artist, this author, I should say, that I have followed for decades and that has made so many beautiful
Mm,
works. Wait a minute, like, can we talk about this for a second? Like, is this real? Is this for real? I think that's perfectly natural. I think that's perfectly
agreed.
human, and I think that even if that had been the case, because that's the story that a lot of people are going with, is that that's what
Mhm.
you thought. Even if that had been the case, so what? You had a moment of feeling defensive over a beloved author.
Yeah.
That's and your mind changed. And like again, I know this isn't how you what you actually said, but if
Mm,
somebody was in that situation and their mind changed, pretty quickly, I will add, then what's the problem?
exactly, and it sucks because, like, we should be allowed to grieve for things like this. Like, I know
Yeah.
it sounds dramatic, but, like, it is a grieving process, knowing that
Mhm.
something that you valued is corrupted by the association with someone who's horrible. it genuinely sucks, and it isn't like necessarily the same type of grief you'd have for like a loved one passing away, but it is a grieving process of sorts. And I think people should be accepting that, hey, sometimes you do need to mourn what you no longer have. Now, with the specifics again, yeah, like this case was a little, people interpreted a very different version of events than what actually transpired, but that's also the way of things, way things are. That day, I made multiple different posts about the Neil Gaiman thing, and unfortunately, they got a little confused. It got people saw certain things more than others. Some things became public, other things became like kind of forgotten on the ether of Twitter. That is still public, but just overlooked. And the things that come together is, it all comes together in a way that's problematic or messy. It's just how it is, for better or worse. I don't know. I don't know if that makes any sense. It may not.
No, it makes sense, I would say. Um, just 1 second,
And
guys.
like, and what sucks is like, and I know you're in the middle of something, you're working on something, so I'll talk as as you're filling that in. Um, I, it sucks too because then the question becomes, how much do you value the work of a creator who is horrible? In the case of Rurouni Kenshin, I have a hard time ever coming back to it because the work is so sullied for me by
Yeah.
association with its creator. I felt guilty even including it in a recent video as a reference, of a topic that was relevant to. It's a messy situation, and it's not an easy one to figure out, you know?
I think it's also a very personal decision.
Yeah, it
Uh,
genuinely is.
Death of the author is something that I'm extremely critical of, actually. I don't like
Yeah,
Death of
well,
the
most people don't
author.
understand it. Most people misinterpret what death of the author even is. Like, that's the thing also. Like, the way I was always taught death of the author in school was it was the idea of analyzing a work through a lens without having the author's personal experiences be a factor into it. How to
And
interpret it beyond their original interpretation of their own
but
work.
the thing is that I don't think you can do that. I
It is
don't.
very difficult.
I just don't think that you're getting the full picture if you do that. If like Oscar Wilde, excellent example. If you Death of the Author Oscar Wilde out of pictures of Dorian Gray, especially like the censored version that ended up being produced, you're
Mhm.
missing out on a lot. You're missing the point of the story. Or you look at like The Little Mermaid by Hans Christian Andersen, and if you separate his experiences away from that story, as is so often done now, you're missing out on what that story is really about. And the same thing with the works made by Gaiman, with works made by J.K. Rowling.
Mhm.
You're not getting the full story unless you include the author and their experiences and their worldview. Uh, and you have to, I think you have to hold that ugly truth of who that person was, and what the work ended up being together. You can't
Agreed.
you
Yeah.
can't you have to hold that ugly truth in with the analysis. You're not going to have a complete analysis without it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you do have to acknowledge that these works were maybe people who had these horrible things that they did. Um, a good example of what I'm thinking of too. Recently, there was a lot of controversy, and this is a smaller. I think this is not as severe as what Gaiman did. So, but I do think it's definitely severe and worth discussing that people kind of glossed over. Francis Ford Coppola with Megalopolis. He was sexually harassing several extras on the set of Megalopolis while filming it, and it kind of got glossed over in the conversation about Megalopolis. I think it is kind of wild how we just sort of ignored what Francis Ford Coppola did, and of course, as the actors did with Victor Salva, where he helped Victor Salva get out of jail, and I think it's very concerning that we just kind of glossed over that. But also, I think there's this mentality that if we criticize this director, all the works get tossed out with the bathwater, And I
Well,
think people are so uncomfortable with that they don't want to. engage in that conversation at all.
And I think this is a conversation that we can apply to the current situation. But before we do that,
Yes, understood.
I think I can just. Hold on a second.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting conversation, I'm sure, given what's gonna happen soon. Okay, I think we're in now,
Hello,
right?
hello.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah,
I can
hold
hear you
on.
now. Yes, yes,
need
yes.
to-
Hello,
I
hello.
need
Yes.
to-
Hello.
I need to.
I'm here
tweak
now.
The reactive thing.
Yes, add the other face now.
Huh?
This is going to be an interesting conversation, I think, given the context.
Now that
we're
I'm
talking
here.
about. Well, yeah, obviously now the conversation is 10 times more interesting now that you're here, because I'm not that interesting of a conversationalist.
Oh, come on now.
I have my moments. It's been a long... No, dudes, it's been a long...
I will fight you a little bit on Death of the Author because I did a complete 180 on it in my lifetime. So
That's valid. I mean, look, it's all subjective ultimately, but I do think there's a lot of...
I think you're melding in a little too much, separating art from the artist when Death of the Author is more how much does the author's input on what the meaning of the work is actually matter?
That's
you know,
that's it right there. That's the big thing. A lot of people go for like, oh, just completely ignore the author and not like, let's look at the meaning outside of what was intended by the author.
Well,
Like,
my favorite example is, do you think Stephanie Meyer went into Twilight intending to write an abusive relationship? Do you think
no,
she
I think
interprets it that way? No,
I don't think she interpreted it
but
at all. No, obviously not.
did
But
she
you could
write
draw into
that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, arguably, you could say that she did.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, I think like with that kind of application, Death of the Author is perfect because it's like, no, she didn't intend on any of this. Like, I also don't think
yeah,
J.K.
exactly.
Rowling intended for a fascist ethno state in Harry Potter either, but like, that's kind of what she made.
I mean, it's Britain.
Yeah, it's valid. Colonialism for all that.
It's Britain.
That's a
Yeah,
fair
it's
point,
Britain.
actually.
Is Britain not an ethno state?
Britain
Ignore
is...
me. I'm being goofy.
You're not wrong, though, is the thing. Like, Britain has a history of that.
I said a cursed thing on purpose.
Well, I was talking to a friend of mine who she's an American immigrant from Britain.
Oh, there, I
and
see myself on screen now.
yeah, I see your periphery on screen. I don't see your face, full body.
I gave Krim my my Hawaii Part 2 talk sprites, so
Yeah,
we'll see if you can make those work.
Something's wrong. Something's deeply wrong.
If you
think you just have to
can't
move
make it
her
work,
over a
it's
bit, maybe.
okay.
No, it's
Maybe move over?
Hold on, because what's happening is that like I'm Psy right now in the little thing, and I don't know how to.
Oh God!
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Oh, you'll have to replace it with my Discord ID, I think.
Sai, you've been sliced down this from scalp to crotch on this one.
Yeah, well, this is fine. This is fine.
I'm sure some
Everyone can
people
tell
would
it's
want that
me.
to happen. So
Yeah,
sorry.
Guys, considering some of the messages I've been getting lately, yeah.
Yeah.
Though I'm a
That's a
little
whole discussion.
more. I have a different
No, you're
reaction
ant-
to
you're
hate
ant-
messages than the two of
You're
you.
ants now,
I
for some
believe.
reason.
I'm
oh
Ant
God.
now.
Now you're
Like-
me.
Oh, no,
so
we've
how's,
merged.
how's it feel to
Oh,
be a tall guy with like glasses?
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's fair, I suppose.
I should have sent you Crimothy Scribgulia,
Oh my God, yes.
the
icon.
fusion of us from my April Fool's video.
The beloved icon.
I'm
looking at the screen now. What is happening?
Hold on,
I
I
am
got
very
it, I
confused,
got
but
it.
not upset.
I
Is the
think I
best way of
got
putting it. So while Crimothy is trying to
Crimothy, yes.
to fix all this up, I will say this also. There are two of me now. It's very concerning. I'm very disturbed by my double features now.
I'm Anthony Gramuglia.
God. Also, shout
I
out
don't know
to
why I did my
Beckett from-
Shad voice.
Shout out to Beckett from Cope and Seethe for being the only person to get my name right on their first try.
Yeah.
this whole
His
platform.
video was also quite good and very vindicating to me because I could smell the bullshit this all was from the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, that now
Get
that
back
is
onto
two
the actual
sides. It's very
stream
concerning.
topic.
Yeah.
That is two
so-
sides. I'm very upset by this.
Look, I
Too
didn't
many
even
sides.
know. Listen. I'm gonna say this. I didn't even know who the fuck Black Griffin was before all of this shit. But I could tell this was a bunch of people who were really bitter about horse fame. I could just tell.
He was one of those. Okay, so my experience with Black Griffin. So I was actually surprised his name popped up again, because when I think of Black Griffin, he was like kind of this weird chud from back in the day that like, oh, he's not worth listening to. And to hear his name pop up again, it was like, why are we talking about this guy?
I don't give a shit. You can think he's a douchebag. I think he's a little weird,
well,
sure, but you like that doesn't give you permission to ruin his career and call him a groomer and a pedophile. That's ridiculous.
That's like a whole other thing.
And not to mention his wife, who's supposedly the victim, she has been telling these people to stop for years. She's a 25-year-old woman now, and they're still treating her like she's an innocent 14-year-old girl being taken in by this horrible man. You know, it's ungodly. I don't know. Like you should really hear the interview, at least in Beckett's video. She is like over it.
Oh, I'm sure she is, which is why I think that at this point, like, what are we trying to accomplish here?
Well, that's what I said from the beginning. I was like, what are you gonna do? Go to their house, make them sign divorce papers? What the fuck are you gonna do? What is the end goal here? The end goal is just they don't like how big Black Griffin's sub count is, and I hate saying that. I hate saying these people are just jealous and they just want to ruin him because he's a big YouTuber, but that's actually what it is.
And
that's the amazing part.
The problem is this also, like, with the whole Black Griffin thing that's so complicated, is that the source of all the evidence that he is, and I see people in comments mention this too, and here's where the controversy really starts up. All of the evidence that he is supposedly a groomer comes from a document that doesn't have hard evidence.
No,
and
none
that's
of it
where
is.
it gets very complicated, because it cites digital messages, tweets, messages.
Why did you Cancel of Geeks?
She's in here too. She mentioned before I had Alan Alda on here. I didn't respond to her message.
She was in here. Okay, cool.
Oh yeah, she's in here.
Yeah. All right, that's okay.
Ant knows people.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I messed before. I didn't get a chance to respond fast enough.
Okay, cool.
Are you trying to be normal, Krim? Are you trying to be normal?
I'm trying to be normal.
That's me when Just Stop came by my stream. I was like, oh
Just Stop came on your stream. It's so cool.
Yeah, he came by my chat one time. He watches my videos.
That's awesome. But no, the problem though with like I'm sorry, I cut you off, Krim. So sorry.
No, it's okay. I kind of wanted to get back. Oh God, I forgot what I was going to say right before Sai joined. What we were talking about. It was important.
We were talking about you guys were talking about Death of the Author. That wasn't really like the topic of YouTuber.
Yeah. I wanted to kind of.
Neil Gaiman, I guess.
I kind of want. Yes. Okay. So I wanted to get back to that and kind of applying this to YouTubers. So here's the thing, and just because KP and Courtney are crashing the fuck out right now and being absolutely nuts. Doesn't mean that we should call into question their experiences with Lily Orchard.
Oh, I absolutely have never done that. Even though Courtney is out there calling into question Britt's experiences with Lily, which is pretty shitty, I still believe her about the allegations against Lily, and it's mostly because of shit Lily has done and said and continues to do.
Well, let me ask you this, Krim.
Convinced me of.
Well, Krim, here's my question here, because I think there's two discussions that we're having here. Are we with Courtney's accusations? I 100% fully believe everything she says about her experience with Lily Orchard, with her sister, 100%. I start having questions about KP's experiences, though. That's where I start drawing a question, and not necessarily because I don't believe anything she says. I just wonder, and this is where I start getting my conspiratorial hat on, just based on my interactions with KP, based on my personal experiences with her. I wonder if there's a degree to it, and it's again, knowing that KP has tried to slander me to other YouTubers directly, and I have been told by other YouTubers who I will not name that KP indirectly tried to slander my name to them behind the scenes based on us disagreeing once because I mentioned that we worked on a collab that fell through. and there are more than one. I will add to this that has told me this is the case. I wonder if there's a degree in which not so much KP turned against Lily because she genuinely felt like she could no longer associate with her, but because associating with her might be bad for her brand.
I
think
think you're
that's part
spot
of
on.
it.
I think you were spot on when you called her a snake too. You called it like the earliest, I believe.
Yeah, because KP, okay, listen, Courtney, I fully believe everything she says about her sister. I think she's deeply unstable and deeply reactive, but I don't think she's lying about her personal, direct life experiences. I think KP is just a lying snake, and I don't think that's necessarily because, and it's based because I've seen her be a lying snake. Like that's where I'm like, that's when I draw the line. I think she is a deeply insecure person who manipulates information in order to hurt people she feels a vindictive grudge against, and will deliberately lie about people in order to attack them. I think she only made the expose about Lily Orchard because she knew the tide was turning against her and thought she could elevate her own career by attacking Lily.
And even then, she was late on that.
Yeah, but even then, she
here's
used
the
other people's
thing.
accounts on that too.
Is that, look, we're all autistic here. And
Yeah.
we fall into this lovely little thing that we have to fight against, I think, every goddamn day of our lives, called black and white thinking. And the thing is that it's probably a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B, because I can say with my full chest that I believe in full confidence that Lily Orchard is probably a very difficult person to be friends with.
Oh God, yeah.
And so
I
I imagine that KP did not have a good time being friends with Lily. Not at all, not for a sec. I think that like given
How
that
close were they though?
I mean, like, they used to do podcasts and stuff together and hang out.
Okay.
So I think that they were about as close as the three of us are.
Well,
Which
I
means, like,
think
we're
the
not
thing
butt
is-
buddies hanging out every other day, but, like, you know, we work together, we hang out in one another's communities. But I think that being friends with somebody like Lily to the capacity that the three of us know each other, I think that would be very hard on someone. And there's those moments of, like, love bombing, and then there's those moments of negativity. And I think that we can't discount those negative experiences that somebody like KP would have. Like, you can have both things, like KP, awful attention-seeking person and a snake, but probably had a pretty bad experience with Lily, to be honest. I think those things can be true at the same time.
That's fair. But the thing also is on that front is if I wanted to criticize either of you about things that you've done, I feel like I could do so, and you wouldn't like be weird about it. Like you would get, I'm coming from a place of affection and care, and I hope to help you guys improve from my perspective. I feel like if KP went to Lily about with suggestions on how to improve, Lily would shoot them.
I mean, we saw
You know-
exactly what
you know,
happened. We know what happened.
You know, Anthony, New Jersey's only a few hours away. I could come and fight you behind the Denny's.
Well, that'd be difficult. We don't have too many Denny's in New Jersey. We mostly just have good. We have good diners here.
Obviously, it would be an abandoned one.
We have to go and no one is beside the Applebee's at dinner time.
I
Let's
think
take this when no one else is.
I
Applebee's.
I think this also comes back to something I said earlier, in that there are plenty of times where the three of us argue and fight and get hurt by one another. It is none of your business, those conversations, and people that are crashing out about friendships ending on YouTube, fucking relax.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not
Well,
gonna.
there was
I
that
don't think
one
any of us are
argument-
gonna give. That's the difference, I think, between KP.
Even
and
if
the
we
three
like,
of
I
us.
feel like even if like the three of us, like any of us, like wanted to stop talking to the others, we wouldn't do anything to each other, even if we like
Yeah.
fell out, you know?
No,
yeah,
yeah,
I'm
well, I
not
think
gonna
also,
make a
well,
Cy Scribbles
sorry.
is garbage and here's why. You're like, hey, everybody go fucking kill
Yeah,
Anthony Gramuglia. Like, that's like,
Well, I mean, Sai, even using the example recently, there was that one argument we had in your server. I forget even what it was entirely, but it was a very
Yeah,
it
we
went on
both
for a while.
got a little tense because we were both coming from our own life experiences too.
And we were both
you
like
know.
really heated in general, and like we argued about it, but we got over it, and like
Yeah,
the
I mean, we're both from
problem
the
is-
East Coast. We're gonna throw hands over anything.
I mean, in general, like, listen, like, there's obviously things you've said and done that I disagree with, but I'm not gonna like be a dick about it. I want to make. I firmly believe, in general, that most people have the. I think most people are inherently good. I think is my opinion. I think most people, if you listen to reason, can just fucking chill out. And I think a lot of things get drawn out of context or made more extreme because of the internet, in general. And that's not even getting to what I feel about you personally. That's
Well,
the
there's
general
also
feeling.
like people
But, like-
people act like you can't be friends with people who have a different viewpoint on anything.
Well,
You
I
know?
think the other problem too is that you expect people expect everyone to have like. I think also people expect everyone to align entirely with the most offensive, inflammatory thing possible. And you saw I say a lot of inflammatory shit. I think just to make people
I
pissed
do.
off. I think you just enjoy it.
Sometimes it depends. It depends on the situation. Sometimes people do need to be challenged, and I hate this whole you can only be a good righteous community if you're all marching in lockstep with the exact same viewpoints and only saying the party approved things. Like I don't fuck with that at all.
Well, I mean, I think in general, like I think my content also shows that I have a very strong opinion of like just throwing shit out
I'm
there.
not saying
that's, like,
either of you
offensive or
do that, but
inflammatory.
I'm saying in general, the people that tend to oppose me tend to be the people who want everybody to be saying the exact same things at every moment of the day.
Yeah, well, I mean, also like if you go down the list of things, I'm trying to think of like not like you have a whole list of things that are worth discussing in terms of like controversy, but there's some things you've said that have like
Some people
gotten a lot
seem to
of-
think so.
Apparently so. According to the listen, I don't care about Has-Been Hotels, so any controversies about that, I could not care less about. I really couldn't. Because I just don't care.
Well,
about
look, see,
Has-Been Hotels.
even when I was less abrasive online, I still got treated like shit and treated like I shouldn't be allowed to have an opinion. So fuck them.
Well, I feel like we all have this commonality in common where before getting on YouTube and having like a bigger platform here, all of us have had experiences with people like where we got into controversies as a small account, usually with an account that's larger than us, and had to just deal with like being the main character of our communities for a day with very little support on our side, just kind of going like, okay, I guess this is just how it is now. There was an article I wrote a while ago for CBR, and I've mentioned this a few times, where basically I wrote an article about the anime Higurashi, and the editor at the time changed the headline to make it like this. It was like one of those like generic clickbaity headlines, and I'm like, I hate this headline. Please change it. This is not reflective of the article. And they're like, no, we know better. We're gonna make it this way, and it's gonna be a big
Ugh.
deal, and people are gonna click on it. And it of course it backfired horribly in their faces. But who got caught with like the shit end of the rope? It was me. I was the one who, like, freaking what's his name from Taste even trashed it, and like I'm like, well, now I feel like I've completely burned every potential bridge in this community. What's his name from Trash Taste? I was trying to think on his name.
Oh,
Not
I don't
Garnt,
even remember.
not Connor. The other guy. Trying to blank on his name, but he was criticizing.
That's not
he was,
important.
Yeah, well, he was making fun of it, and I was like, basically, like, okay, now I've just basically become the persona non grata in this community, you know. And then nobody cared after a month. I'm the only one who talks about it because I was just so irritated by that incident. That's one of the reasons why I'm now on YouTube, because I do not want to surrender any control of an element that important, like that headline, to someone else. Joey, there we go. Thank you, the anime
I just
man. There we
became
go.
a YouTuber by accident, mostly. I mean,
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah,
a lot of people don't
yeah.
seem to realize I'm just doing my own thing and just giving my own opinions, and I'm not part of any group. I'm not an activist. They always assume I'm an activist because I'm gay, which is so fucking stupid.
You can't do anything without being political.
Oh,
if
my
you're
existence is
fucking-
political, so I have to be an activist.
It's like I can't fucking go out and buy a granola bar without somebody being like, "Oh, you're so brave," and it's like, what the fuck does that mean?
Well, you know, the whole thing, the irony with all of this thing blowing up in KP's face too is like a lot of these people are the same group of people that were always on my ass for saying I am not the person to be fielding in-depth discussions about sexual assault.
We warned
know,
them both. Both
We
of
did.
them.
KP
multiple times.
had a little had a little hissy fit in my community, because in my community, people are allowed to speak freely as long as they're not being hateful or outright, like, getting personal with it. And we were all trying to impart on KP, do not get into this predator hunting shit. We didn't even know what she was doing exactly, but we knew she was doing something. Apparently, I'm the only one she told the video was about a sex pest, because she actually approached me for lines for it and told me she was taking down a sex pest, and I immediately said, yeah, I'm not interested, because I have said repeatedly, I am not the person to be talking about serious sexual assault allegations or cases or whatever.
So you might be wise she didn't tell anyone else, because she realized that that wasn't the right sell pitch to get people to work on her.
I don't know,
maybe...
Maybe it's because I call Lily a sex pest. She thought saying that would get me on board.
Yeah.
Is part of what I am wondering. She doesn't know that I use that term kind of jokingly, or just because it sounds funny. You know, it's better than saying sexual predator if you're trying to keep the conversation a little light, you know?
Well, the big issue is, like, you know, the problem is you can't talk about Lily Orchard without bringing up at some point the allegations made against her, which none of us avoided. We all mentioned it.
Yeah, people act like I never talk about it. I have an entire stream on her weird video about siblings where I talk about it a lot. I've just never sat down and done, like, the June the King expose, because that's not my format or my expertise.
Well, I think also it's worth bringing up that, and this is something I've discussed a couple times. I've mentioned this to a couple people before. One of the reasons why Courtney initially left your server was because I was covering Jar.
Yeah,
like, that's the part people don't talk about with the whole lore thing.
She got on this whole, like, why are we talking about the media opinions of these people? But she didn't seem to realize that the stream I invited her to, that 7-hour one that we did, even though Lily's video was called "The Death of Media Literacy," she was talking about the three of us.
Yeah,
yeah.
It was
what the video was about.
It was an attack on all of us. Yeah, basically the three of us.
Yeah, and I think she missed that, and she thought the video was literally about media literacy. But now she's just been crashing out about me for 5 months, and I left her alone for the most part. But now that she's gotten into this predator hunting shit, especially with the shit she's pulled, yeah, I just couldn't stand by and take that hypocrisy.
If I could get a word in edgewise.
Absolutely. Sorry, we talk a lot. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I think that, like, when it comes down to it, our whole point this whole time, at least the three of us, is like, hey, don't fucking listen to people like Lily Orchard. And I've said this a little bit earlier in the stream too. We're like, don't listen to them, because she's full of shit, and you shouldn't treat people like that. Like, I think that was, at least, you know, I know that you side that was more of an entertainment thing, but you were, like, making fun of her to take down how ridiculous she was. And
well, yeah, I didn't know all of her.
Yeah.
Sorry,
that was the problem. No, it's okay. But what keeps happening is that, like, people keep on creating new Lily Orchards. You know, where it's like, oh, we have to listen to everything that this person says. And did that with Courtney to some extent, I think, where it's like we have to listen to everything Courtney said because she's this brave voice speaking the truth against, you know, like she's walking the beat of her own drum, so we should follow right behind her. And, like, it just keeps happening. And I think whenever any of us mess up, because I've messed up, I think the two of you have messed up, like, that's fine, that's human.
Yeah.
But people get so betrayed and take it so personally, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys, for as much of the shit that Sai says that I don't agree with, you guys send her some fucking vile messages. Some of the shit that I've seen that she's published from her inbox, absolutely deplorable, disgusting, and nothing.
You should see what I don't publish.
Yeah,
I can imagine. Honestly,
nothing that Sai has ever said warrants that treatment. And so, if you're one of those people that have sent something for whatever reason because you feel betrayed by Sai, you need to cut that shit out, because that's deplorable.
I don't think these people feel betrayed. Even the ones that try to pretend they're former fans. It sounds a whole lot like I used to be an atheist too, and then I converted to Christianity, and, you know, they're always full of fucking shit. It sounds like that. But a lot of these people, it's the whole thing with, it's the Saberspark and Black Griffin thing on a smaller scale. They just want to tear down someone bigger because they're jealous, they're mad, because it might get them attention to do so, it's never a good motivation.
I've also had the other angle of this too, where people have tried tearing me down for political gain for their grift. And that's the issue too that I've experienced, because I've had a foot in like dealing with just outright grifters who have a financial bias in lying to you and making me into the easy enemy to like target. And that's the other angle too. Some people it's to get a 15 seconds of fame. Other times it's because they see me as a threat to their business model and try to make me an asset as opposed to a threat, an asset, a collateral to target to benefit their own financial gain. And side, using you as an example, there are multiple hate blogs about you, just cataloging every single from deliberately inflammatory to incidentally inflammatory thing, removing the context to make it sound worse. And regardless of any criticism I may have of the initial post, because a few things you've said, well, I'm like, Sai, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, Sai, what the fuck is this? And I've told you this every time you've done that. No, every time you've done something where I'm like, Sai, what the fuck is this shit? I've told you. Like
one time it was just because I accidentally fat-fingered followed somebody on Twitter and didn't even know.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, that was the fucking. Okay, I'll. You want me to tell that story? I will. It's a goofy story. It's not your fault.
Go ahead.
There's this account on Twitter, who has been stalking me for about 8 years.
I think I know who that is.
No, it's different. It's not the person you're thinking of. It's a different person. This person.
No, it's the other one.
No, yeah, this one's worse actually. They're like they've been following me. They mocked the death of one of my friends a few years ago. On his anniversary, they'd send me like obnoxious messages about my friend who was dead and passed on. Kyla T, who I've been friends with for years, also knows who this person is. And I guess I clicked on their Twitter account at one point when logging back on Twitter, and who's following them but Sai? I'm like, Sai, what the fuck? Are you following this person? I'm like, and Sai's like, what do you mean? Who is this person? I'm like, oh no, you're following them.
I went and looked at it and I said, oh, I don't even remember following this. I must have like fat-fingered it while I was scrolling or something.
Something like that. And I'm thinking, like, hold on, like, Sai, what the fuck? Why are you following this guy? like,
yeah, but see, what Anthony didn't do was immediately assume malice on my part. And come flying into my DMs like, how could you betray me like this, like some of these fucking people would do. Well, he asked me a question like, hey, why are you following this? And I said, oh, I don't even remember following it.
Well, and again, like, it's one of those things where it's like this particular person, like, I mean, he made fun of my spouse. He did like a lot of weird, like he did a lot of invasive stuff. So I was thinking at first, like, oh, he's trying to trick Sai into following him so he can like get info from like
he must have been on a post of yours or something. I just accidentally clicked on him. I don't know. I also told you that same day I had to throw my phone at the cat to distract him. And I like to think that's what had happened.
Blame the cat. The cat followed him.
Yes, I was scrolling on my phone outside. I look up to see Finnegan's butt going under the fence, and I had to like run after him to go catch him. Indeed. And to distract him, I threw my phone into the grass ahead of him and scared him so badly he ran back home.
It was Finnegan's way to troll me, I see. Okay.
Yes, exactly. It's Finnegan's fault.
There you go. I love how I slipped in a James Joyce joke in there somewhere and no one noticed.
I also think
God.
I think I've kind of shared this on the channel before, but my mom's gay. Yay for me. But she also is, 20 years older than I am, and we don't always agree on the same things. But I'm not gonna like go no contact with her just because. Oh man, Mom, that was something. That was whoa. You can't say that. Like one of my mom's. I think she's changed her mind, but she's like she doesn't believe in bisexuals, and I'm just like,
wait, so I don't exist?
Yeah. Well,
we have plenty of evidence of bisexuals existing.
Well, because like, and then I like kind of broke it down to understand what she means. She's like, well, you only pick one person in the end, so like she's in her brain.
A lot of
like,
people,
ultimately, you. Turn
a lot of
out
people
to
have
be
that
one
misconception.
Yeah, ultimately,
well, I think
you pick one or the other, right?
But with Polly, yeah.
Yeah, but my point is, like her, I can understand why she thinks the way that she thought, and here's another thing. 99.9% of the time, somebody's opinion isn't going to affect your life. I don't give a shit if somebody doesn't think that my pronouns are valid or whatever. Like, that doesn't affect me. And when you get into like the little micro issues within the LGBT community, and all the little disagreements, like, look, I'm asexual. If you don't think asexuality is a thing, or you think that like asexuals don't have it as bad, that doesn't fucking affect me. I don't care what you think. I don't need your approval. I know my experiences, and to act like somebody saying something on tumblr.com or even youtube.com has like such an has such a visceral effect on your life that you need to create this hate campaign that often ends in people like saying like, oh, you should go kill yourself, or harassing, or like all of the shit we've seen in the past couple of weeks, is frankly ridiculous, because it doesn't fucking matter. It's not nice. It's not nice, but it's just not that doesn't warrant that reaction.
No, 100%. And it's cruel, I think, too, to a big extent, how fucking, not to be mean about it, but like there's so many people who are just like so obnoxious and so just ridiculously cold online. And it's, I don't know, it bothers me a lot, but I can't really,
you get people the opposite way, though, who seem to think their word is God, and like you should immediately listen to them and obey them. Like they have like 2 followers on Twitter, and they're marching up to you like they're the CEO of the company and demanding how you speak. And it's like, who are you? Excuse me.
Well, I've gotten there's that one. There's a few different. I don't want to put anyone on blast. I'm trying to avoid being specific, so I don't put any individual person on blast. But there's some accounts that like they obsessively follow every single message that you make, and then will repost it like as though what you said is somehow the most egregious, sinful thing possible. And the only reason they do it is to like point to how this person's so terrible. There was a point where a bunch of Tumblr blogs that I've interacted with or have talked about me in some way were receiving waves of anonymous messages about how horrible of a person I am and how evil and cruel I am. And like, I was not even on the computer when they got all these. They got a flood of them when I was like off doing God knows what, something else. And like, I log in next day and they have all these messages. I'm like thinking like, oh my God, these people had to deal with this much harassment because of me, because I exist. They got harassed just by affiliation with even mentioning me. Like that's cruel to these people.
That's happening right now. And I'm not going to name the people that are getting harassed right now, because I think that's just going to invite people further. But like, there are some people that have been in our communities that are getting harassed and called all these names and nasty things. I just like refreshed my freaking Tumblr page, and like I saw another person getting fucking hate mail over YouTubers, where it's like, what the hell, you guys? Like, it's
the thing is, though, it's not your fault. The people who are sending these messages decided to do that. That is on them.
Yeah, no, I don't think
they're being little shitheads.
No,
you know, I'm kind of a reassuring aunt. You know, it's like it's not like, oh, this is happening because of their association with me. It's like, no, this is happening because these dipshits decided to be dipshits. That's why it's happening. And who are they? They're nobody.
Yeah, but I feel immensely guilty that other people have to deal with like harassment because of on account of me. Like I feel really bad about that. Like it really, like you think I can handle whatever people say about me. I don't care. I just feel bad other people are being harassed. Because
I mean, it can seem overwhelming when you're getting a bunch of like hate messages on Twitter or Tumblr, but honestly, you can just delete them. If you don't give these people attention, they will get bored and they will move on. They are just looking for somebody to be the enemy of the week because that is how they feel like a self-righteous good person, even though they're 100%. Terrible people.
No, 100%. They're awful. They're terrible. But it's like, it just sucks knowing that people are getting harassed like on account of association with me. It's terrible.
I think like, I still do think that to some degree we have to like, the 3 of us have like, to whatever degree, are okay with being public figures. We have agreed that that's something that we are willing to do, but not everybody has really contended with that. And so I think to some degree we need to be a little bit careful, but again, it's not purely one way or the other. While I think that we should be responsible with what can happen if we put our eyeballs, if we put a bunch of eyeballs on a little guy, what's a really great way to never have to deal with the consequences of like a big YouTuber putting a bunch of eyeballs on you? Don't be fucking stupid. Don't talk shit. Like, it goes both ways. And it's,
well, yeah, I mean, I know you were talking about me when you were talking about posting people's public posts on Tumblr. Oh, what? Okay, the only reason I was doing it because the fucking mods over there banned me permanently, retroactively. Because they were pissed at me, and that was for saying there isn't enough evidence against Black Griffin, which there isn't, but they don't want to believe that. So I was just like looking at this string of conversations people were having about me, and this one motherfucker like thinks they're the main character and freaked out. I was like, oh my god, she's gonna send her whole fan base after me. But it's like, I posted this on my fucking side blog that maybe like 200 people read, at tops, like, and it's a public post. It's Reddit. Anybody can go to that fucking thread and see what you posted. It's like, how can you talk shit in public and then have a meltdown when like somebody turns and looks at you while you're saying it? I don't understand.
I kind of get that and where you're coming from, but in a lot of cases they would have never looked over there if you hadn't have said anything.
What's going to happen to this person? Is somebody going to send them a mean message on Reddit and be like, okay?
Well, look, I mean, here's the thing, too. There's this weird hypocrisy, too. And it's not like hypocrisy with individual people. It's like a cultural hypocrisy where you can't talk about them, but everyone can talk about you, even if they're a larger account.
Yeah. You get bitched at for not being the bigger person when they're being like even more reprehensible than anything they're angry at you about.
Well, I mean, here's a simple example. Friggin' Shadiversity. Like, guy has a 1 million+ follower account on YouTube, makes an angry video on his main channel about me. Like, because I didn't agree with his opinion on Superman. Like, it's the biggest, dumbest crash out possible.
And his video is public, account. And you like that's my philosophy. His video is public. You can comment on it publicly. He's commenting on somebody else's work by commenting on movie trailers, and you're commenting on his work. I mean, it's all the same to me.
That's what it comes down to. And again, I hate to fucking bring her up again, but Lily Orchard's entire fucking career has been about tearing people down, getting personal, being insulting, being a drama monger. It's literally all she talks about. She is a drama YouTuber. She bitches and complains about people that she doesn't like. That's her entire career. And right now she's being like, I can't understand how drama tubers work, because like now I have a passion project that I'm working on, and her passion project is tearing down the work of someone that she hates and disagrees with. She is doing the exact same thing. Shadiversity is doing the exact same thing. And they don't see the people that they're talking about as human beings, but they expect to be given empathy that they don't offer to anyone else.
Well, I mean, you look at like, say, like people in comments mentioned the whole Jack Saint thing. Jack Saint challenged Shad to a sword fight. He's never responded.
In a gesture costume.
He's never responded. These people are cowards. Like, if you actually challenge them on a term that is of equal footing, without the YouTube audience, without the YouTube clout behind them, 80% of these people will either turn you down or accept, and the 20% will accept it, but because they're in on the joke, they're in on the conceit of, like, because again, it's funny. Like, I was talking, and this goes back to when Beckett said something when I was talking to him about the whole KP Courtney thing. He said something to the effect of, no one on the internet really hates each other. And I'm like, well, I don't know if that's necessarily true. There's a lot of people who really hate each other on the internet.
I liked his video. It was very well researched and very well put together. I think he's a little naive.
I think he's
I was in his chat in one stream he was doing when he was researching it, and he was flabbergasted at me saying dude, everybody in a community recording each other all the time isn't normal. He's like, well, no, all these commentary communities do it. It's normal. It's normal because they all do it. I'm like, no, it's been normalized. Yes, there, but it's not
It's
normal.
normal in the XArtCC community, but that's not the and I've talked
it's
to
like
people
not
who are,
universally normal.
yeah, and I've talked to people who are XArtCC, and I don't want to speak for their experiences because again, they told me this in confidence. I don't want to like just say who they are, who told me this. But like the horror stories I heard from the ArtCC is so upsetting and so disturbing, and I am grateful that I found people online who are not ArtCC. Like I've become friendly with a lot of people online. You
and Chris the
included.
Narc, I know you're listening. I am not ArtCC. He keeps saying I am.
Well, it's funny. It's like obviously I have no connection with art. I'm not an artist.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm friends with artists for personal gain. But like
I refuse to accept that any YouTuber who draws while they comment on things is ACC. I refuse to accept that. I do not associate with those people.
Yeah, I feel like
No,
that's
yeah.
a very specific thing. Like, I don't think you and me are art.
It's an
CC.
organized group,
Yeah.
and I am not part of them. I want nothing to do with them.
Well, because there's artists, there's commentary, there's artists who offer commentary, and all of that is separate from the art commentary community. They're very distinct groups. Like, I would never consider Emma Richu, for example, part of the ArtCC.
Yeah.
Like, I would never consider Ray. Oh, I forget her account's name. Or Illymation as ArtCC. They're artists on YouTube who have commentary, but they are not the ArtCC. Despite no matter how much Jar wishes that Jaden Animations was part of the ArtCC. Like it's just a very specific community. And it's interesting. Every single person I know who I've talked to from the ArtCC, even briefly, has talked about it as though it was like leaving an abusive relationship. All of them, even the people,
I believe it.
Even the people who others point to as the abusers, leave it as though they're treated like it's an abusive relationship, and they were the ones
It's a
being
cult.
abused.
Yeah,
It
it's
was.
a cult. It's a cult of. I don't know if it's a cult.
I'm completely comfortable calling it a cult. They work like fucking Scientology. Nearly.
100% agree. Jinja Ninja. Yes, that's who I'm talking about. Thank you. Thank you, chat, for telling me that. But no, yeah, it's a cult. Agreed. And they were all like really weird. And frankly, here's the thing too. Obviously, I have my ethical and moral boundaries. I have made sure I've mentioned my ethical and moral boundaries many times. But the ArtCC commits the worst sin, in my opinion, and that's blatant hypocrisy. They were so eager to tear each other down for perceived faults while committing the exact same faults they were tearing other people down for, like at the same time. It was all kayfabe.
It's like public. Mutually assured destruction, kind of, you know?
Oh yeah, 100%. They all did the same things they attacked other people for. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Krim. I keep talking, by the way, on your own stream.
It's okay. It happens. I'm used to it at this point. No.
We're all very chatty.
Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. I think that you gotta also look at like why are these videos being made? What's the purpose of them? What was the what was the intention behind this? Like, what was the motivation? Because I think if you get down to it, you look at someone like Lio Convoy. Lio's Convoy's videos, they're there to make him feel powerful and so that he feels like a hero. I would say that that's partially why KP did the video that she did. Like, if you remember, oh my god, the freaking what was it, Prince of Egypt memes that she kept on making.
Oh god.
Putting herself as Moses and Saber Spark as Ramses. Like, that was fucking cringe.
Krim, I just want to tell you something.
Yeah.
In Beckett's video, there is footage of Lio Convoy dressed as Batman.
And listen, obviously
Yes.
Yeah, you do. And obviously, listen, I have made my position very clear on this multiple times. My own parents called me in response to my anti-Lio Convoy crusade to tell me they were concerned for me on that one. In terms of like me getting too upset over it. I am not a fan of Lyle Convoy. Lyle Convoy also had nothing to do with the KP Courtney expose. Like,
He told him to
definitively.
not do it. He
Yeah.
told him to
Oh,
not do
did
it. That should
he?
have been a sign.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
told they are
Beckett
and not,
proved it.
yeah, and it's not just like hearsay. Like, we know for a fact Lyle Convoy multiple
Oh,
times told
boy.
Courtney not to go through with it because
Mhm.
she had no proof and it was more hassle than it was worth. And he pointed out every single fault with it that everyone else also pointed out with it. So in this case, Lyle Convoy is completely innocent.
That should have
Which
been a
is-
sign from the
Clock.
fucking universe to not go through with this.
That should have been like the biggest warning sign in the world, though, that you should not make your expose if Lyle Convoy tells you not to do it.
Well, I don't know if
Even
I don't know
he's
if
saying it.
I don't know if it's there anymore, but I have mutual friends with KP, and
Mhm.
I remember looking at her Discord status at not that long ago, and she was self-identifying as a predator hunter.
I saw that too. Yeah.
And it was
Oh my
like, girl, what are
God.
you doing? Like, because at that point, it's not about helping people. It's about, patting yourself on the ass.
Her video was not about helping people. Her video was about her problems with Chris and Saberspark. That's all it was fucking about.
It
And
was
she had most of it
dunking.
done before.
Yeah.
Yeah, before and I think Bonk tried to give her some other allegations before she got the Emily ones. And nobody knows why the fuck Emily did this, except
I
to
mean-
maybe stir trouble. But
Well,
she was using KP as a proxy, basically.
Well, look, let's not do one thing. We don't know for sure if Emmy was falsifying any allegations. For all we know,
no,
those
yeah.
could be true. So let's
She
not.
was using KP. She was using her as a proxy
She was using KP.
to get it out.
But let's not jump the gun with saying that the allegations are necessarily false. We don't
Alright,
know
fair.
that for sure.
I mean, there's
Now,
there's
Emmy
a
has
couple
a
things.
history of lying,
Yes.
but we don't know
Eh,
for sure if this
yeah.
is itself a lie.
There
That's
are
just
two
one
th-
distinction I want to make to be careful with the phrasing of it.
There are two things to keep in mind with this. A, if somebody has done something like this, they never do it only once. So if this
that's
is
true.
if there's any truth to this, with almost certainty, there will be more people that come forward if it is true.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just wait and see. We don't have to make a call one way or the other, but either way, I don't think it's worth like ripping apart somebody's career. I hope the truth comes out, and I hope that whoever was hurt, and if anybody did get hurt, they get the. I'm not a big justice person, but I hope that they find the peace that they need. Regardless of who's in the wrong. But
Yeah.
like, yeah, this was very ill conceived all the way down,
Well, but-
and
But her, Bonk, Courtney, none of them will take any accountability, and these are the people who are supposed to be holding other people accountable.
Yeah. I think it's fair to say that Emmy is not the person anyone is targeting right now in terms of criticism. It's more not that no one's targeting her. There's gonna be people who do, but
KP just
KP
blew
is
up
the
her
one who fucked
entire
up.
what little career she had left. She just obliterated it with this.
KP
She got the
fucked
most
up.
backlash. Yeah.
KP, Bonk, and Courtney are the ones who fucked up most deeply. And let's be perfectly honest, on YouTube, it's a lot of it really is like, yeah, you can post whatever you want online, but your connections to other YouTubers, a lot of it's behind the scenes. It's not really
Mhm.
public all that much. Like, I don't have any ties necessarily to friggin' certain groups of YouTube, but I talk to people who are on other sides of YouTube, and everyone's really friendly. It's all a lot of people who want to collaborate and talk and have. Most people I've met on YouTube are people who are in our general sphere and genuinely want to just have fun, enjoy the platform, talk media, be engaging with the topic. at hand.
I feel like in our sphere we don't see each other as competitors, unlike
No.
people like
No,
the ACC.
I genuinely think
I'm
Rising
very
Tide
with-
lifts all ships.
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same phrase, actually. I believe wholeheartedly in the rising tide lifts all ships as well, and that's what I've mostly been doing with the success I've just managed to stumble my way into. I've tried to lift up other smaller YouTubers with me as well.
And like, even when I criticize other YouTubers, like I just put a video this week about Jesterbell, the YouTuber, another YouTuber. I make it fully in reference to the content and arguments that they make. I don't make any personal attacks on the person who I'm criticizing. I have a video coming out this week that's going to be a criticism of a video someone else made. Someone who's made personal attacks against me. And I distinctly avoided mentioning any personal attacks in that video because I feel it's like just unethical. My ethos is criticize the idea. And I've had people who I see as peers criticize my work. And if they are criticizing the ideas I present and the work I put out, I don't consider that as an attack on me. I think it's a feedback, and that's to be listened to, and that's valuable. If they make personal attacks on me as a person outside of that just feel uncalled for, that's different. But like, I think there's a difference between criticizing someone's work and criticizing someone as a person. I feel like I've criticized people's. A good example of this is with Manga Common, right? Like, he and I both criticized the other person's work, but we stopped and talked afterwards and went, listen, let's just, and both of us had just a fun conversation,
Well, yeah, you had a very lovely stream together.
Yeah, and it's because Manga Common never said anything about me as a person that was particularly insulting. And well, that's not true. He did say a couple things that were kind of insulting. And I told him, hey, this thing you said kind of bothered me. And he's like, you know what? That's fair. I'm sorry I said that. He was authentic. He wasn't like just saying that to get me off his back. He was like saying, that's a fair response. I'm sorry I said that. That was uncalled for. I didn't.
Well, like,
think.
Ant, say you came to me for my opinion on something you were writing.
Mhm.
I would be honest with you. I would be professionally honest with you. I would feel it's an insult to you as a creator to like pat your ass and go, "Oh yeah, it's great. No changes."
I would be more insulted.
I've gotten into fights like that with my brother. It's like, I am saying this to help you because I respect you as an artist.
In my opinion, the deepest disrespect I could give to someone is not telling them feedback that could help them improve. That's my opinion. The worst thing I could do is know someone can improve and just not tell them what they need to hear. I was talking to someone else. I won't say who it is because I don't want to embarrass them, but like I told someone, unsolicited, but I said, hey, would you like some unsolicited feedback on your most recent video? And this person was like, yeah, sure. What is it? And like, when you filmed yourself, maybe change the angle because I feel like you're fighting the angle too much. If you put the camera this way, you might feel like you have more space to express yourself. And I feel like you're like kind of resisting the frame a little bit too much. And they were like, yeah, sure, that's good advice. Wasn't insulting, wasn't saying anything negative. I'm saying, hey, listen, it looks like you're resisting the angle too much. Change it slightly, and I feel like you'll be able to express yourself more vibrantly as a result. And
no, it's like, yeah.
Like
me and my like 4 closest artist friends, we just casually critique each other's art and point out problems in each other's art. Like, we don't even take it personally, and none of us had the expectation of, you gotta compliment it too. It's just like, hey, I noticed that's a little fucked up, or how about you change that blue to this color? That might look a little better. It's completely natural to us. Some people still have that knee-jerk reaction you get of somebody critiquing your art, though, and I know it's kind of hard to beat that out of yourself, but if you do, it's great.
And like in general, I think people, and even turning it back on Crim here, Crimothy here made multiple streams criticizing my flawless work. That is the reproach ever.
Yeah.
And like, that's totally fine. And another example would be Celtic Phoenix, for example. Celtic Phoenix and his crew has criticized multiple videos of mine, and I don't care. It's like, in general, like, it's one of those things where like, as long as you're willing to talk to me as a person outside of your criticism, whatever it might be, that's totally fine. I'm okay with receiving criticism. It's not a big deal. I just don't like personal attacks on my personhood, like beyond what's required to make your point.
Oh, but like, can we get into that for a second?
Yeah, go for it. Go on that. Sorry, Kriel, I keep monopolizing the conversation.
It's okay. I think again, this reflects something that we see criticisms of things like cartoons a lot too, where if I say, man, I didn't freaking like that YouTube video that Anthony did about Mary Sue's, I fucking hated it. And I did hate it, and I picked it apart, and I took you out back behind the Denny's and beat you with a baseball bat. But
that was fun.
Yeah. But
it's a typical weekend.
Yeah,
waffles. It was fun.
But like, there's doing that, and then there's somebody like if somebody was like, okay, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I don't agree with you, Krim. I think his Mary Sue video is great. Okay, so suddenly I have an opinion, somebody else has an opinion, and shit, which one of us is right? And instead of it being like a subjective opinion, or maybe we have a discussion about it, and we kind of like, oh, agree to disagree, we can't have that. Actually, you know what? Hating Anthony and his opinions, that's you are being ableist, and you hate autistic people, or you hate bisexual people, or you have to come up with like this moral justification to disagree so that you can convince everybody who disagrees with you that not only is your opinion correct because of the quality of what you're saying, but there's a morality to it. You can't just hate Pearl Steven Universe because, I don't like that kind of character. I think she's kind of trite and ridiculous, and I don't like her design. I like Pearl Steven Universe, so don't come for me. You have to say, I hate her because she abuses Garnet and Amethyst, and if you like her, you're a white supremacist, actually. And they turn it into this moral thing. And then not only do they do this about cartoons, but they do this about real living people.
100%.
Where you can't watch Cy Scribbles and like her art and like, oh yeah, man, she really fucking handed this person, she really handed Shadiversity's ass to him on a plate. You can't say that because somebody has to be like, okay, but remember that time that she literally said the N-word har, something that absolutely happened, and if you like Cy Scribbles, you're an anti-black racist. So you can't actually like her because that would be a moral travesty. That's what this shit comes down to.
I think it's like this really immature adult version of Infinity Plus One. I think you have to have my objectively correct opinion because otherwise you're a Nazi, bigot, transphobe, whatever the fuck, you know.
Well, I mean, the thing also is, and this is what it really sucks. In general, is that a lot of what people will say online will be taken out of context, deliberately so, by malicious actors. And there is a knee-jerk reaction people have to say that if you are targeting a response by this, that you're like, you're ultimately saying like, oh, hey, if you're attacking this person, it's an act of homophobia, it's an act of sexism, whatever it might be. And what sucks is sometimes it is. I have received comments of a nature that are bigoted in nature. Like they are bigoted comments. But I've received a lot of anti-Semitism, which is weird because I'm not Jewish. I don't get that entirely. I really don't understand that one. Like that
the
one,
accent. It's the accent.
Me, I hope so. I was afraid they're gonna say my nose, but like I'll go with that. There's a lot.
I would say more so the accent. To be honest,
that's valid.
It's the typical. You got that typical New Jersey Jew accent.
That's valid. I'll accept that. But like it's one of those things where it's like I got a lot of anti-Semitism. And I don't understand more than biphobia. I might add, which is interesting. Which is funny because I'm not Jewish. But like, but by that same metric, I don't feel comfortable with someone saying that criticizing me is an act of bigotry because there are plenty of things to criticize me for. And many people have justifiably criticized me for it. Many people who I consider to be colleagues have criticized me for one thing or another.
When the criticism has nothing to do with your demographic, you can't pull that shit because that's what people like Lily do. Like you criticize her writing, and she's like, "Well, you're just saying that because I'm trans," and it's like, no, your writing is just poor, you know?
Yeah, seriously. And it's funny too. And if anyone has thoughts on this, please shut me up and just talk over me. It's totally fine. But I will say this. I have received bigoted comments, and I recognize the difference between a bigoted comment and like just criticism. Please do not defend me by saying attacking me is an act of like bigotry. It's not fair. It's reductive to what actually I think is an act of bigotry. In general, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah. No, yeah.
And like, but like even then, like I haven't really seen anyone do that personally. So I will say that. Although I have seen people defend against acts of bigotry when they see it, and I will say this because I am petty. Um, but like I have seen comments from the most vicious comments I have received are from other people in the community.
Yeah, that's may I? I'm gonna say something, and a lot of people aren't going to like it.
Go for it. Go for it.
So there is one website, uh, where I have been doxxed, harassed, been sent rape threats, death threats, scatological threats of both of those things, endlessly for months and months and months. And there's one website that misgendered me and called me a pooner, and that's the extent of the bad shit that happened there. And one of those sites was Tumblr, and one of those sites was Kiwi Farms. I'm gonna let you have 3 guesses as to which one was which. The first 2 don't count.
Yeah,
Tumblr.
Yeah, Tumblr
Yeah.
doxed you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. This happened a long time ago, like over a decade ago. I got doxxed, and somebody called my boss that I was working at. I'm okay, but that happened on Tumblr.com, the website that says anybody that uses Kiwi Farms is a monster. And like, look, there are shitty people on Kiwi Farms, and there are shitty people on Tumblr.
Shitty people everywhere.
There's shitty people everywhere. And I happen to notice that the shitty people on Tumblr are the ones that rail against Kiwi Farms the most, to throw out the whole website. Now, there is no love lost between me and Null, or me and half of the users on that website. I think when you have a place that doesn't censor anything, that's going to attract a certain crowd. Or,
Oh yeah.
There's
There's lots of plenty like actually bigoted, hateful people on Kiwi Farms, but also a lot of people are being channers. Love it or hate it, they're being channers.
Yeah, but there's a lot of those
I have said
people.
multiple times.
There's a lot of those people.
I'm not a fan of Kiwi Farms, so I've said multiple times. Sorry.
But there's a lot of people that have, said awful things on Tumblr, and it's the kind of things that, you couldn't waterboard that shit out of me. What the fuck? 100%. And again, I'm not defending Kiwi Farms here. Don't get me wrong. But there are some people that are on there that all they're trying to do is document and create an archive of information that has turned out to be quite useful at times. So,
But like it's funny. Like I'll tell you this right now. And everyone here knows this story, but I'll say it again. A bunch of people who are colleagues of mine received an email from someone trying to connect me to Kiwi Farms, a site I have never used, have never even logged on to, and everything I've learned about it has been secondhand from someone else.
Yeah.
Trying to say I used Kiwi Farms as a source in my Lily Orchard videos in the past, and tried to badmouth me to colleagues, some of whom I'd never had interacted with previously, to damage my reputation. And this person, I'm pretty sure, came from Tumblr. Like
absolutely.
I'm 99% certain this person found out about me through Tumblr in some capacity.
Yeah, if it's a person, I think it is.
Yeah, the people who rail the hardest against the farms have shit to hide.
Yeah, well, listen, somebody's like, the Kiwi Farms user base is still more cancerous. Pass it on. You have not been at the nasty end of the stick from Tumblr. I can guarantee you that, because
it's like when Keffals tried to take the farms down, is because she was actually up to some like really shady shit.
Well, I mean, look, here's the thing. I am not going to defend Kiwi Farms in any capacity. I will compliment a couple users on Kiwi Farms who I've heard secondhand wish me good luck being a father. I'll give those users that. That was very nice of you. But on the collective whole, I'm not a fan of the site. I think it's really strange that people want to catalog like every waking moment of a person's life, but I also don't think it's like the kind of thing I can really like I should fight against because if I believe in
Jer
freedom of expression, that's part of it. So I mean, like it's one of those things where like
Jer
I
Bear
disagree with
said it.
Extreme of it.
Jer Bear
What's
said what I wanted to say. Basically,
Go for
Tumblr
it.
is Kiwi Farms for gay people. You could quote Malcolm on that one. I think he was the one who originally said that, because it really is, because they're doing the exact same shit. You know what the difference is between Kiwi Farms and Tumblr is that an entire blog can get nuked without warning on Tumblr, and that is literally the only difference. The only difference is that like Kiwi Farms will stay archived just because of the nature of what it is and the purpose of it. But it's the same shit.
There's a Tumblr blog right now that is cataloging every single negative thing I have ever said.
Mm-hmm. There's one
along
doing
with
that.
Psy.
There's one doing that to it's the same blog doing this to Psy.
Yeah,
and
it's
Anthony.
a combo.
Yeah, it's a combo package. It's actually very funny how lopsided the blog is, because it's like 80% of it's like inflammatory things you've said, Psy, and then like and then Anthony said he had seen the post somewhere.
Also, hey, listen. Okay, listen.
Anthony,
I need to
you
say
didn't
something.
come out and like condemn me and call me a cunt and say you'll never talk to me again. So
Listen,
you're complicit.
I need to say
Basically.
something, because I get a little burnt up about this sometimes. I'm the one who introduced the two of you, and I get
Yes.
excluded so
True.
often. Fuck you guys, not you two. Fuck everybody else for excluding me half the time just because my channel is small. They wouldn't be talking to each other if I didn't introduce
Well,
them.
you
So you guys
know,
can fucking fight me.
Krim,
Seriously.
Krim, I have suggested that the three of us watch all the Channel Awesome movies
Oh
together.
God.
I don't
I
know
would be
whose
down for that.
maybe we could do one each on each of our channels.
God.
I would be down. I would be down for
I'm not strong enough to
culture.
do that again.
Well, yeah, but now I give you an idea and you're complaining. See, this is why we don't invite you.
I would be down to watch the Channel Awesome movies. It's funny,
Krim,
honestly.
are
I
you
did a
sure?
Channel Awesome watch recently, and
You can drink. In fact, we should drink.
it might be
Yeah.
necessary to have more stronger things than alcohol in that
Yeah.
discussion.
Well, yeah.
but
Okay.
I digress.
If I can get absolutely blasted off of tequila, then I'll
Yes.
I'll do it.
Yes, absolutely.
I'll get the I'll get the Viking drinking horn for this one.
Yeah, I've done 3 drunk streams so far between mine and Ant's channel. So
What was the last? Was the last one the April Fool's one?
yeah, the April Fools one.
There
We
we
were
go, there we
both
go.
getting fucking. I like don't
That's
even
fun.
remember half of it.
That was the funny thing too. Like with that stream, I got like hung up with like your April Fool's parody video. To this day, I'm still getting people saying, "How could I How dare you cosplay Lily Orchard, Anthony?" I'm like, what?
I don't think
About?
Courtney. Courtney might have been the one that started that.
Yeah,
did.
she did.
You
She
completely
did.
Saying-
started it.
I was gonna say she got it from somebody else because she was parroting other people at first, but yeah, she said I cosplayed as Lily, when what she means is I did an April Fool's video as a parody character parodying Lily,
Well, it's
and
like
changed my
when
banner in PFP to that character for a day.
Well,
It's
Sai,
like
Anthony
when
character's
said
name is-
you
the character-
were both cosplaying.
Okay,
her.
listen, the character's name is CD Orchid. It's a parody of Lily, and she actually looks like more like an old boss of mine I didn't like.
Well,
Then
it's
Lily.
like it's like saying that people that do like the SNL people that like dress up as Donald Trump are cosplaying. I mean, like I guess
Exactly.
like if you really want to get down to it, maybe technically, but like that's not what
It's like,
that's not
oh,
what's
are they
going
dressed
on.
as Trump because are they dressed as Trump and making fun of him because I really, really like him? Like, she started this whole thing. I cosplayed as Lily. I'm Lily's biggest fan. I don't know what the fuck her problem is, to be honest. I thought I could reason with her at
She's-
first, which
because
was
she's
my
not
mistake.
It's because she's not the center of attention.
Well, I mean,
That's
also-
really what it comes down to.
I was talking to other people about this too, so I think I've been changing my perspective a little bit on it too. I think the problem also is, I think to an extent, yeah, it is center of attention, but I think another problem is she shouldn't be involved in this discussion because it's just too traumatic to deal with.
Yeah.
Like, if it's just it really, she should not be in this discussion ever, because this is like reliving your trauma for content every day that you're online.
Well, because that's what her
I
identity
cannot
is.
imagine that.
Hi, I'm Courtney Pete, the sister of Lily Orchard, who was sexually assaulted during their childhood. Like, that's your identity? Ow.
Like, she put herself in that position, but like it's a position that she should not have put herself into. Like it's a position that you're going to like just hurt yourself. Like it almost feels like digital cruelty, you know, like
But
to yourself.
I
Like
can't
digital
feel
self-harm.
much sympathy for her anymore, to be
Oh, I
honest.
can't
at
feel
the,
much
at the end
sympathy
of
for
the
her
day,
either.
She has
is
she has
she's an
zero
adult.
consideration for anybody else.
No.
Yeah.
Zero
And,
consideration
and
for
we
anybody
gave
else.
her multiple chances. Like people don't realize
We
how many
tolerated a
times we tried to
lot
help.
from her.
Yeah.
We tried to help her multiple times, and like you'll see people online go like, "Oh, I can't believe they just threw Courtney under the bus." The moment she was like, "No, we worked with her
Mhm.
on almost daily through her problems, trying to help her through this.
Well, we just
We
didn't.
tried to offer her emotional support.
Well,
We tried to offer her channel support.
and the hell of it
repeatedly.
is, the stream I invited her to that got her so pissed off, I was going to share the super chats with her like I did with the two of you.
Mhm.
You can confirm that I did that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
Sai always offers that whenever she has us on.
Yeah,
on
whenever
her
I have
channel.
guests, I offer them a cut of the super
Because
chats because I
she-
usually get a lot of super
Because
chats.
she makes fucking
Mhm.
bank more than I ever do. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So she
Yeah, seriously, Sai,
she
your
shares.
streams are really profitable, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
but I
I don't know how I do it, guys. I just I do things, okay? I don't know.
But the thing
Speaking of,
is,
can
But
I?
yeah, I would have helped her with her channel like I help anybody else for free. I'm always helping people in my Discord with their stuff.
Mm.
But she just decided I had to be her new enemy, I guess, because...
And the thing is
And-
that when
yeah.
she was saying all this awful shit to the three of us and to other people, we didn't say like, oh, let's make content out of it. We are like, okay, well, this person is clearly in a really awful place. Let's be patient. And we did that for a really long time. Like, I don't think a
Yeah,
lot of
we
people understand how
we
long
told people in our
she's been-
communities, don't... It's been like 6 months she's been doing this. We told people in our
More.
communities, don't
It
talk about
started-
Courtney. She's obviously, you know, having some sort of episode. Leave her alone. Don't talk about her. Don't gossip about her. And I didn't even contact her. I said my piece to her, and I had tried to apologize. I said my
Mhm.
piece.
The
I left
thing
her
is-
alone. And she has just continued to run her mouth about me. And then I finally confronted her on Twitter, and then she got wrapped up in all this fucking Predator Hunter shit. And even with her spitting so much bile at her, we tried to warn her still, Courtney, don't do this. Don't get involved with these people. This is not going to be good for you. But she doesn't want to listen. So
Well,
what can you
Sai,
do?
Can
She's
I-
a big girl.
Can I?
Sai,
Can I tell
actually
you
worse than
guys?
either of you guys know, actually. There's
yeah.
elements I've learned last
Ooh.
week that make it way worse.
May I
good.
actually tell you guys a story? I don't think I've been public about this. But,
Okay, I'll hold on. Remind me to tell my story.
trauma
after that, 'cause
dumping
I'll-
tonight.
You tell first. Yeah, you go first.
So I interacted with not Brittany, with Courtney. Well, as you guys know, I used to know Courtney a long time ago. And I didn't know this until the fall. But beyond that, I had an interaction with Courtney online before I ever talked to either of you. This was a long time ago. This was when I was first looking into the Lily Orchard shit. So I think I had already seen Sai's video, but I don't think I had made a personal connection with you yet. And I was like looking around the Lily Orchard tag because I was like, you know, like I was trying to give Lily a chance because, you know, trans people do get a lot of hate online for no reason. And I thought that was the situation with Lily. And then I did some research and I was like, oh no, she sucks. So in that sort of discovery phase, I came across posts by people like Brittany and people like Courtney. And I know that this is kind of goes back and forth in our communities, but like I am someone who thinks, and like if you hate me or not about this, for the most part, I don't care what sort of weird fan fiction you read, as long as you keep it away from me and you keep it away. Like there's no reason that your YouTube audience should know what kind of weird fucking porn you're cranking your chain to. If they know, there is a problem because that is an issue of boundaries. But if you're out in the shadowy goon caves, fucking like yanking it to some really messed up shit, I don't care. I just don't. I don't want to know, and don't hurt anybody. that's kind of my that's kind of my view on it. And I saw a post by Courtney, not realizing who she was, and I interacted with her, and I was like, I get that like Lily's an awful person, but the thing that makes her a bad person isn't her fan fiction, as disgusting as it is. It's how public and open she is about it. It's the breach of boundaries. And like, don't get me wrong, that fan fiction is disgusting, and I think some of the exterior, the fact that what it's about and what it's inspired by is really messed up. But you know, My Little Pony porn in and of itself, is gross as it is, like, I don't care if that's what you want to do, just keep it away from me. I don't want to hear
I don't want to see it. Yeah,
I don't want to see it.
I don't want to talk about it, but yeah,
I understand your stance, even if I don't entirely agree. But I understand where you're coming from.
And I think it's okay for us to have, even if those are two different, though those are two different extremes. I think it's good that both of those opinions exist, because then we can come together and we can figure out where the nuances are.
Yeah, there isn't really a line to be found in a situation like that, I feel.
But if you found somebody, back when they were 18, they had a really big thing about this one weird anime character, and now that they're 30, I'm gonna break them across the coals for that. And if I put my little hand up and I'm like, hey, what does that weird little like hentai thing have to do with who they are as a person now? I think we can have a discussion and kind of figure out, where that nuance is. So I engaged with this post that Courtney made. It's like, I think that focusing on this aspect of it, where, you're missing the forest from the trees here, we got to kind of big picture look at the impact that she's had on YouTube culture, what she's actually done, because no matter what kind of weird porn you're looking at it, none of it ever comes close to actual crimes and assault, even if you do think it's bad. We definitely need to differentiate between this. And she lost it at me. I don't know if she remembers this or if she recognized who I was when we started talking, but that was like my first interaction with Courtney, not knowing who she was and what Lily had done to her personally. If I had known, I wouldn't have said anything. But like, that was my first interaction with her. And from then, even before all of this started going down, I've been walking on eggshells with her, and I've been trying to like be kind and patient and be like, I gotta be careful what I say, because I don't want to set her off again. So that's been my experience with Courtney this whole time.
Well, yeah, I don't think she hasn't appreciated how kind people were to her, because she's a victim.
It gets worse when I tell you what I know.
She's troubled. Oh, okay. You can go. You go next real quick. I'm just gonna say, it's like, I just want to just impart on the audience, since we are talking about this, that behind the scenes, we tolerated a lot from her, because she's a victim, she's troubled. We have to be understanding, and we bent over backwards to be understanding with her, but she's never had any consideration for anybody else in any regard. I mean, look, when KP's stupid video was premiering, because he made it a premiere, that's what really bit her in the ass. Courtney was in the chat fighting with somebody who was saying that it was kind of a tacky video and it was tasteless to make it a premiere. And this person said, well, I am a CSA victim too. And Courtney didn't care. She kept bitching at her, calling her an idiot. And then later she deleted this, but later she posted on YouTube like, oh, just saying I'm a victim isn't enough to like get away with like, telling other people what to think. And it's that's what you're fucking
Courtney,
doing.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, Courtney, that's you.
Well, I'll say this. I know someone, and I won't say who this person is, but because they reached out to me privately and talked to me about it, who is a YouTuber of some note, who told me that Courtney had been sending them messages trying to tell them how terrible of a person I am and how they should have no. I think like I made a public post about one of their videos, and they got a
Was
whole
this recently?
last month or so, yeah, prior to the release of the big expose, but within recent memory, they received a bunch of messages, either directly or indirectly, from Courtney. I wasn't totally clear on that part. Trying to, and from KP as well. It was the two of them together who were doing this, trying to badmouth me as a creator, as an ethical person, and
And
saying I was like a terrible person, very unethical, very,
it's
very.
Oh, that's rich.
Oh yeah,
just it's just personal too, because she was doing the same fucking thing with me, my little tiny, and I will again, I'll show you my subscriber count just so that we're clear. 2.4 thousand subscribers. My channel is tiny.
Sounds like some of you should subscribe.
Yeah, subscribe,
Yeah,
guys.
if you if you haven't subscribed to Crimson Ninja's channel right now, he has good content that you should follow because he is a good YouTuber.
Okay, but my point
He
here
one
is that,
shots Banjo Kazooie and shit. Yeah.
Hey, that shit's impressive, man. I'm not gonna lie.
my point here is that she tried to get Lio Convoy to come after me.
Mhm.
She was, because I told her sister not to fucking go die in the Canadian winter. She took that so personally that she tried to get Lio Convoy to come after me.
Mhm.
Ridiculous.
Like
What the fuck is Lio Convoy gonna do?
And look,
Yeah,
this thing also with Lio Convoy and myself, I know for a fact that Lio Convoy and I had a very public feud. We also like that, but I feel like that's mostly mediated in terms of I don't want to ever hear his voice ever again, and he knows not to be a pain in the ass in my book because I just talked. I didn't take any shit, like, but like I don't know, it's just so babyish.
It's not about like what are you trying to save people from me from? Like what are you like? Like,
it's just revenge. Just revenge.
Yeah, just petty.
Exactly. It's just
so petty.
Personal petty
They're
revenge.
children.
This has nothing to do with like, oh, that Anthony Gramuglia is, he's really fucking people up. Like if you're like Anthony, I think
KP's a Karen. I'm not afraid to say it.
No,
KP
absolutely.
is a fucking Karen.
But out of the three of us, Anthony does have the biggest subscriber count at this point, I think. So I can almost understand people if they really disagreed or thought that he was causing any harm, maybe getting upset at Anthony. But I have 2,000 subscribers. What impact do I have on the greater YouTube culture?
The three of us just kind of get roped together as well.
Yeah.
That sort of just happened naturally.
I don't think I've had a personal conversation with you, Sai, in like a month and a half.
Yeah, I've been kind of busy.
No, that's okay. No, I'm just saying that the fact that they treat us all, the three of us, as a unit, when it's like we don't talk that often. Like most of the
we could start doing more content together.
We could,
yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that
you
it's
gotta plan these things.
Yeah, that. My point is that we're not like one unit that move in lockstep with one another. We're just we're coworkers. And
I like to think that a lot of people who I like to consider the people I collaborate with frequently as friends, but like I also realize that it's unrealistic to expect everyone to have the same expectations that I would like to have also.
I feel like friendships have levels too. Friendships have levels.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think it also is important to note that YouTube is an industry with careers and businesses, and is as much as it is as fun as it is to talk about like just our personal feelings, we also have to remember the platform as a business, which I think is what makes what Courtney and KP is doing all the worse. Because like beyond our personal feelings and what have you, is my internet still working?
You're good. You're good.
Cool, awesome.
Yeah.
My browser's acted up for a second there. Like I wasn't sure if that was like affecting the browser or not, or the internet or not. Anyway, so what Courtney was doing is what I'm saying is business sabotage. Like that is what she did is like potentially could injure my reputation online and my channel's growth and my interaction with people and my interactions with others. And let's say this expose and Saber Sparkle, let's say it was a success. If she had kept doing that, it could have really harmed my position on the platform completely based on nothing but her own petty grudge. And there are people I know who got into controversies online, and it was personal drama, it was personal issues, nothing illegal, just unethical behavior, and everyone online made it their business. Both parties involved was wanted it to be like a personal matter, and they kind of let it run its course. But the internet makes all that kind of stuff their business. Had Courtney for gained a bigger account and used her bigger account to issue petty attacks on other people, it could be very harming to whoever's on the other side of that argument.
If I may,
Like,
if
go
I
for it.
may,
Go for it.
the thing is that I've been kind of poking around behind the scenes, and I know that there are some people that have been ousted from, certain communities and certain groups have had their name dragged through the mud on Courtney's word. I don't know if I'd say that, their lives are ruined, but I know that they've been isolated because of, oh, we got to take Courtney's word for it because, she's the person that was a victim of Lily Orchard. So now we got to listen to her. And in a lot of cases, I think it's time that we got to start thinking about, like, okay, maybe we need to revisit this. Because I think that she's, like on a public figure level, but also like just random people in our communities, I think have left because they've had a poor interaction with Courtney and with KP as well. And I think, we got to start rethinking some things. Not naming any names, but
which one of us is in trouble?
I'm actually not sure who
in
you're
trouble. No.
referring to.
Probably me.
No, it's not you guys.
I don't
It's
think
not.
I've
It's
ever-
actually. It's nothing. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
it's not-
your little
it's not-
hem there was so pointed.
No. Can I? Hold on. Just give me a second. Give me 1 second. It's nothing to do with the two of
How
you.
many people?
It's
How
not
many people
you.
watching?
No, I just
Okay,
want to make
not
sure.
me,
I have no
everyone.
idea what you're referring
I don't
to,
wanna-
actually, genuinely.
I don't. No. You guys. I don't think you guys would.
Yeah, I have no idea who this person you're referring to is, so I'm completely curious where you're going with this one.
I'm curious to know what Courtney's been up to behind the scenes, though, because I had to
Well,
call
behind
her
the-
out for her
Behind the scenes,
behavior
she's
toward
been
a
Oh, okay,
minor.
really in front of the
okay.
scenes today.
So,
Hmm.
yes. So, yeah, no, I've been said, yeah, okay. So, Milena, for example, is someone who has, been at the ire of Courtney for a long time and has been pretty isolated from a lot of the communities. And whenever I asked for proof, I've been given messages that Courtney has said and things that we have to go on Courtney's word. And I've never seen any actual evidence of the kind of shit that Courtney is accused her of. So a few months ago, I started looking into it, and I was like, huh, that's interesting. Because this seems like it's full of bullshit now. Because the same thing that she's accused the three of us and, other people that have come against her is the same shit she accused Milena of. And it was kind of a canary in the coal mine situation, I think. Now, I'm not saying that Milena is perfect, so this little golden lump of sunshine. Just like any of the rest of us, we're all capable of making mistakes. And, but I can promise you, for however much my word is worth, the accusations that Courtney has levied against Milena are not true. I have been sent extensive, very embarrassing logs that I'm not going to share in public out of respect for Milena, but I can promise you that whatever shit that Courtney's accused Milena of doing, it didn't happen. So, just that's
Yeah,
another.
I
We have the
think a
power.
lot of
we
it
have
was-
we have the platform to defend ourselves, and not everybody has the ability
Well,
to do
and
that.
also, everyone wanted to give Courtney the benefit of the doubt because, the whole pressure to believe victims. And I still believe she is a victim of Lily, but she is going around hurting other people quite a bit.
Mhm.
So she can be called out for that, and unfortunately, I don't think we can trust her word on a whole lot of other
Yeah.
things. Because I mean, look what she's. I literally had somebody like think I actually like dressed up as Lily because she keeps saying I cosplayed Lily and I cosplayed a pedophile just because I played a parody character of Lily on
Mhm.
April Fools.
A lot of people think that. It's really strange. I
Because
still
they
get
don't look into
well,
anything themselves.
well, that's the other thing too. Like I got a mess. So the person who I'm referring to, who I was mentioning before, was told that Yusai cosplayed Lily Orchard personally from Courtney.
Uh-huh.
That was a message after people pointed out to Courtney that was not the case. So she's telling other YouTubers this story too, not just her own personal audience.
Yeah, she's using the term cosplay, and she probably knows people will take it literally. But,
Mhm.
like, where's the proof? Where is there a photo of me dressed up as Lily? Show me that.
Where's
Isn't
there a
one,
photo of
because that
you?
didn't happen.
Period. You know, like
Few people
anywhere.
few people have found my Facebook photos, but, whatever.
Yeah, but that's like, but they have to dig for that, and you know, there's is not necessarily proof that that's you. I have seen those photos though, but still,
Yeah. You've seen the one where I am literally hugging a gator.
I was very impressed by that. Actually, I would not have held a gator that close to my face, but I digress.
But
But like even then, it's like, but the idea of it is like, well, you do all this stuff, right? Like you badmouth all these people, and like yeah, like I have never. The only times I've criticized people, and I've been criticized for criticizing people, but I've only done it when people have committed crimes, like
you know,
crimes
may I
that
clarify?
are. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So just for everyone to know, because I brought her up and she's in chat right now. Milena was one of the people that really kind of helped put together the document on Poppy and Xena, and that's how she met. That's how she met uh, Courtney. And the as most of Courtney's relationships often do, it broke down because Milena didn't do exactly what Courtney wanted.
Yeah, I remember Courtney really downplaying how Poppy got a hold of her nudes. It didn't make a lot of sense at the time, and I've seen the actual exchange about it now that leaked, and she was definitely in some sort of pseudo dating situation with Poppy.
Well, because Poppy, that's what Poppy does, is that she love bombs people and makes you feel special, and then, like, it's really easy to get caught up with somebody like that. And I think that, like, there's been a lot of people that have gotten to that situation with Poppy, and I am not gonna get into fucking Poppy Diabolique. I do not want to get into
Oh
that.
no.
But this is
I
not a
still
great
don't know
person.
anything about Poppy beyond
Like,
what
you
people
do
have told me.
good.
Go watch Malcolm's old streams. That's how I found him. I was trying to find out more about Poppy.
Everything about Poppy I've learned has been against my will. I'm not going to willingly look up more information on Poppy unless,
But
unless
it's
it's also
again,
against my will.
this is a canary in the coal mine situation. Like, Courtney wasn't the main character, and so she tried to destroy other people about it. And I think that in this whole situation, I think Milena was the first person that she went after in this regards. And lo and behold, she ended up doing the same thing to a bunch of other people. And I think that, like, I'm sure that Milena is not the only one. So I think at this point, we need to start asking ourselves a lot of the things that we assumed were true and being like, okay, but, like, are we just going off of Courtney's words? With Lily, it's a little bit different because Lily, there is a pattern of this shit. And
yeah, I mean, as I always point out, people are like, why do you go after Lily's media takes? It's like, well, she tells on herself constantly. Yeah. You can see how often she interjects incest into everything and how much she brings it up thinking she's being slick. Like, she'll bring it up obliquely, referencing books and shit about incest that you'd have to look up to know what they are. So it's like, yeah, that's why I believe you, Courtney, because I'm seeing all of this within her media takes, which aren't even media takes. They all always go back to her own personal bullshit.
Well, the other problem too is that, like, with all of this is like with a person like Lily, their platform is built not on their incest but on their media takes.
Yeah.
If you deconstruct how they got an audience and discredit their credibility to her audience, you get less people who are vulnerable to Lily's influence.
Yeah, but that's the
Yeah.
problem, Ants, is because none of you all fucking learn. You never learn. It's you just make a new one. You just make a new Lily Orchard to hold up and like let them get away with bloody murder, and then when suddenly you get burned, you're like, oh wow, how the fuck did that happen? Like, like what did you stop treating people
this is why-
like God?
this is-
like Jesus.
This is why I encourage my community to bully me. I need to be kept humble.
Yeah. I didn't even ask, and my community bullies me.
I
You know,
don't-
you're a good streamer if you get bullied by your chats. Yeah.
I just get bullied on a regular basis at this point. It's nothing too
Yeah,
shocking.
you've just been bullied your entire life. Yeah, you're used to
My
it.
God.
Yeah, I'm just used to it at this point. Like, and the thing is, it's like even like the thing is like I also will dive into the ring with fights. So like I have no one to blame myself sometimes. Like I will just argue
yeah.
with people for fun of it, and that's
I- like,
fine, I think. But
We're
like,
from the East Coast. Arguing is fun. It's what we do.
yeah, but like the thing also is I'm arguing about media for the most part. I'm not making personal attacks on people. They may escalate it further, but I'm not like going into like and this is what Courtney got so angry with me about. Like I didn't want to cover the criminal charges against Lily. Like not criminal charges, criminal accusations. I didn't want to because I don't want to be a predator hunting channel. Like I don't
Well,
want to do that. People aren't
my prob-
content
we-
to me. Arguments
I had
are.
floated out the idea of reacting to the June video, and I hadn't realized she had her heart set on it. But like
You mentioned it like twice over the course of 4
yeah,
months.
and I was still trying to figure out how I wanted to do guests on my stream, how I was gonna set that up. And after watching the video a couple times, I was like, well, what can we really say about it except like, yep, she sure did that. She sure did that.
There's no content.
so-
There's nothing transformative about
Yeah,
it. It's
and
just
then she
repeating
got
what we've
pissed at
seen.
me for inviting her to a different stream just because Lily's title was media literacy, even though I did explain her video is actually about the three of us, blatantly.
And she was pissed.
that's
and
why-
she was really pissed
And that's why I
about
thought it would be funny to have Courtney on, and then I apologized. She was like, well, I don't really want to hear her voice. I said, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think of that. And then that she was still fine, and then she left, and then she's like bitching about me in public on her YouTube post. And I was like, oh, I apologize for being insensitive and thinking more about, what I'm doing for content. And she just wouldn't hear it. And that's where that started, basically.
Yeah, and then I was like, I'm kind of concerned about. I made a post saying I'm kind of concerned about her. Can you check up on her? Like, make sure she's.
And then she
a
went
little
and
wellness
reacted to a
check
Lily
thing.
video herself.
Well, that's the thing I find so funny. Like, they spent all this time saying how terrible we were for ever making any content about Lily that was making light of her, and then they spent more time on their Saberspark expose talking about Lily than they did talking about Saberspark, like the assault allegations. They spent more time
Fuck.
making jokes about Lily than they did talking about actual accusations that they were exposing for the first time.
And anybody who didn't know who KP was so baffled about why they were just randomly talking about Lily Orchard at the end. I noticed.
Yeah, no one. Every single like the Cartoonchi video. Again, like most of the main reactions. It's like, what does Lily Orchard have to do with any of this? Like, no one, unless you're familiar. And there's something I always keep in mind too. Like, there's an old saying with comic books to write every comic book like it's someone's first comic book. Like this is someone's first book. Write it so they can just jump in and figure it out. Like, if you don't know the deep lore of I Love Kim Possible a Lot and Courtney Pete, what does Lily Orchard have to do with anything? If you're like going in just blind, like this means nothing to you.
Yeah, it's just like it was just a stupid way to write it overall.
Everything about this was stupid. This is just
That's
bad.
true.
Like, it's not even like his thing. You know what the most insulting thing about this whole thing is? KP's been on this platform for 10 times longer than any of us individually have been making content.
Mm-hmm.
And yet she makes such a dumb fucking video. Like, not just dumb, not just
But
stupid, not just
here's
poorly
the
made,
thing,
but fucking dumb.
Anthony. The thing is
Yeah.
that her videos aren't very good.
They're all terrible. No, they're
Um,
garbage. They're not good at all.
I'm always flabbergasted by these people who've been on YouTube for like 10 years and don't seem to understand how they got there or how it works. It's like, how have you been doing this for so long and you don't even know how YouTube works? I don't understand.
I don't understand anything about it. Like, here's the thing. I've interacted with people who've been on the platform for just as long as KP, and you know how they're still relevant? They innovate. They don't get settled into a niche and just go, okay, well, that's my style for every video now. I can't change. No, they constantly improve and figure out ways to do better and do
Yeah, like
things differently or interesting.
she's bringing up like Billy Bush and Michael Vick in the beginning as like examples of controversies, and it's like, lady, you're still living in 2016.
Like there's some kids who don't know who Michael Vick is who are watching that video.
Yeah.
Period. Like to any capacity. Like if you have to explain the pop, like that's why I avoid pop culture references like that unless it's like relevant to the media. It's like, no, you have to. It's so frustrating because it's like, yeah, I'll talk about things that are old. I've talked about Evangelion multiple times. That's an old show, but you know the difference between Evangelion and say like talking about Michael Vick is Evangelion is media that you can watch right now for the first time on streaming platforms today, and people still talk about it. No one talks about the Michael Vick controversy, like at all, to any capacity.
So
It's not relevant.
random.
If I may, and this is gonna seem like it's gonna coming out from left field for a second, and I'm sorry, but like, you know,
take us on a journey.
Yeah, take us on a journey. So are you guys familiar with the whole why are the curtains blue controversy?
Yep.
Yes.
And
Uncomfortably
that
so.
is so relevant to today, and I'm gonna take you on a journey as to why. So
All right, take it.
There have been a lot of people that are like, especially like within the past like decade or two, that are like, oh, sometimes the curtains are just blue, you know, like stop overthinking it. And the point of those high school exercises where you ask, well, why are the curtains blue? It's not because it's imperative that you find the correct answer to why are the curtains blue, or if there is like some deep secret to why the curtains are blue. That's not the point. The point is to get you thinking about it. Because what happens so often is that people will just say something, and the listeners will open their mouth and just swallow the whole thing, not even thinking about, you know, what they're consuming. And this has become such an issue in communities like the drama tube and like the art commentary community that they'll just swallow what's ever fed to them without thinking about it. And if you're somebody that was like, oh, the curtains are blue because they're blue, you failed that very simple high school English practice, or like that exercise where it doesn't really matter why the curtains are blue. It just matters that you're thinking about it. Because if you're practicing on classical literature in a high school class, low stakes environment, then maybe when you get older and you get somebody like Courtney fucking Pete telling you that this person is a pedophile and I hate them and you should kill them with hammers, you might stop to ask, hey, wait, why? Why is this person a creep? What possible reason could the author be, you know, of this post be saying that this person is a creep? Why are the curtains blue is a very easy question to answer, but answering, well, why is this person calling this other person a pedophile or a predator, that's a lot harder. So I hope you practiced with curtains before you got to pedophiles. So
exactly, intentionality is so vital to that discussion. And it's like the thing that I find very concerning too is that a lot of people just are uncritical of information presented to them. That was another thing too, you know, like going back to the Neil Gaiman thing for a second there, because I feel like that's also connected to this. My initial concerns were entirely about the people communicating the story, purely about Tortoise Media, not about the accusations. I believed them from the beginning and never doubted that the women were telling their truth. My criticisms were always about how the story was being communicated by the journalists, and I was very explicit about that. But people took the least clear messages I posted in a thread about it, and that was the story that became like the narrative. It was the worst elements of it, the least clear elements of it that I posted became the story. And again, the whole thing could have been phrased better. People have criticized it. I respect that. I don't agree with how I phrased it. I think it was very poorly written. But that said, it wasn't a criticism of the survivors. It was a criticism of the journalists.
Well, the kindest
and
thing
their
that could have been done for the survivors is to send them to the authorities.
Yeah.
Like, find a lawyer to get them to the authorities to, like, open this up for discovery and for the process to start. Making a podcast trying to tear down, because I don't think people understand what the purpose of that podcast was. The purpose of that podcast was be like, see, look, the left the people that like trans people are predators and they will rape you and they hate women. See, look, that was their goal. They actually
if you don't
didn't
believe it, they've basically admitted it. At this point,
yeah, because they're like, wait a minute,
no.
we didn't want Neil Gaiman to face legal repercussions. We just wanted people to hate leftists and trans people. Like this.
It's not even like this is they're secretive about it. They've outright said it like at least once. I know there's at least one article where
so it's
where
exactly
Boris Johnson's sister was like, I didn't want to cancel Neil Gaiman over this. I would
that's
never
exactly what KP is doing, though. True or false, she's using allegations to get what she wants. She doesn't actually give a shit about any victims or justice.
The difference there is that it turned out there were a lot of people with accusations against Neil Gaiman, and they all came out about it. And the other,
but I'm saying
other journalists did the hard work.
Even if the Saberspark accusations are true, and I don't think that they are, but even if they were true, or at least KP believes they're true, she is using them for her own gain and nothing else.
Well, and that's why I brought up the curtains are blue, because it doesn't matter if the curtains are blue in this specific context. What matters is why, again, somebody said in chat, it matters why people are saying the curtains are pedophiles. Like, that's
those fucking curtains.
Like, it doesn't.
Why are the pedophiles curtains?
But like, that's what it comes down to. It like, that's so much of this. It's about the pomp and circumstance. Because if you were really worried about the curtains being pedophiles, you'd call the fucking cops and try to think, because what the only thing that can happen when you bring this sort of thing to public attention, the only tool and weapon you have is public humiliation and bullying. That's all you have. And
that's all they want to do.
Exactly.
And they just hide behind this fake moral framework, like, oh, but we're helping victims. You don't want to disbelieve a victim, do you? But they don't give a shit.
They do, to the extent if they want to be seen as somebody who is saving victims. They don't actually care about what happens to those victims, but they want to be seen as somebody.
Well, I mean,
that helps
look
them.
Look precisely at what happened to Claire Claret, the wife of Black Griffin. She's been telling these people for years to leave her the fuck alone, and they keep harassing her. And she has a whole DM in Beckett's video from Bonk, basically calling her a liar when she tried to clear things up with him and say, hey, this isn't true, I wasn't groomed. He just went apeshit on her and called her a liar because she was getting in the way of the narrative he wants to believe and he wants other people to believe.
Yeah, that's the worst part of this, is that a lot of people with something to profit from have exploited these stories for profit. And I think what a lot of people don't realize, that what the Courtney made a whole thing today about saying anyone who's against predator hunters is pro pedo, basically.
Oh, Jesus.
But that's not true.
It's like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
but
just because we think that you shouldn't hunt predators does not mean no one else should. But
I think people who are actually trained. I think people who are actually trained to do this and certified to do this should be doing it.
Okay.
Not some dipshit on YouTube.
I'm going to repeat the same thing I have said 1,500 times since this whole stupid controversy started. Just call Rain. Let them handle it. Well, why do you need your name in front of everything? Just give it to the people who can actually help. If you really care about these people and their needs, put them in contact with experts who have legal access, who have therapy access, who can help them in ways that it's meaningful and tangible. They may not know about the resources themselves. Point them in that direction. Just contact the authorities who not I'm not talking like the cops, I'm talking RAIN, people who are trained to help with these situations. They are the ones who know what to do the most to get the best in return for the effort you put into it. And they never even consider it.
Well, I was gonna say something, but I lost it.
It's because they don't actually want to. Well, it's because they don't actually want to solve the problem. They just want to use it for their own gain. That's why it's so.
Exactly.
It's just so nakedly obvious. Even if they don't want to believe that about themselves, that's what they're fucking doing.
I remember what I was gonna say.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
if
Good.
you identify as a predator hunter and that's what you stake your whole identity and purpose on, what happens when you run out of predators?
Exactly.
You're gonna start pointing the finger at anybody who like looks at you wrong. Or and on the other hand, if you get into a disagreement with somebody, even if they're not a predator, if you identify as a predator hunter, then the person that you're having a disagreement must be a predator themselves, even if it has nothing to do, you know.
Exactly.
That's the thing with people that like okay, I'm gonna say something a little spicy and you're gonna have
Go
to
for it.
like I'm the transgender person here, I get to say this. You look at certain kinds of people, again, like Lily, whose identity as a trans person is couched in victimhood rather than any truth. And you get this whole thing where it's like, oh, you hate me because I'm trans. Or she thinks that because that's how she, has that identity as a trans person. It's couched in victimhood. So the only reason that anybody could possibly have for hating Lily is because they're a transphobe. And it's the same fucking shit. The only reason you could hate me, a predator hunter, is because you're a predator. Like, it's this us versus them thing, and the story that they tell themselves and this reality that they wrap themselves up in, it gets so ridiculous. I don't think I've had any arguments with anybody online where me being trans was fucking relevant at all.
None.
It's very rarely relevant, especially on YouTube. Now, I've talked about being trans and the impact that's had on my life, and some injustices I think happen in the community. But for the most part, I don't bring it up if it isn't relevant. Because what's the fucking point?
Exactly.
But I don't know, when people really couch their identity in victimhood and in destroying another person, like predator hunters, even though predators suck, they're still couching their identity in, being a predator hunter. That's
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. And it sucks because, like, again, drama YouTubers will always have someone to talk about. There's always someone causing drama. But drama is different from being a predator, like by a mile. Like, so different. There's no comparison. And, like, I don't know. Like, in general, people just will always just, I don't know. And, like, again, there's always going to be a main enemy on the internet. In fact, I just posted something in our chat I found online years ago. This is an old thing I found where, like, people would like post this response whenever I made a post on YouTube, on Twitter. Like, people get pissy and find enemies all the time, but like there's a degree of like victimhood that people have, or a degree of assigned messaging to someone else, and it's just like, I don't know, like people suck. That's what I'm getting at it. People just suck.
And some people will just use anything for attention because they go like, oh, look at all the praise like Chris Hansen gets. I want praise, so I can do this. This should be easy,
Well, Chris Hansen.
Or you get...
let's talk about Chris Hansen for a second there.
I don't know about
Do you know how
that.
many cases that To Catch a Predator ruined because they screwed up the evidence collecting process?
A lot.
You know how many people died as a result of To Catch a Predator? There was a
At
person
least
who
one.
died. At least one person, yeah. Like,
That's what
and it's
canceled the show. They got a guy killed. He killed himself because they were going after him.
yeah, and like and none of these predator hunters think that they're going to be the next person to cause something like that to happen. Like,
Well, again, like
No,
you
because they're
look at
arrogant and they don't care.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
look at like Courtney and KP right now, and I think what happened is I think that they're, you know, the
Mm-hmm.
shit that they had with Lily, I think that was authentic, and maybe you know, you can say what you want about KP, but again, I think that Lily has got to be a very difficult person to be friends with. So I don't doubt that she suffered being her friend.
Yeah.
But you get addicted to that feeling, and I'm sure it was. I'm sure, you know, heart was in the right place the first time, but you get a little taste of it, and
Wow.
man, like
this one was clearly just she has an axe to grind with Saber Spark.
Yeah.
She was spurned by him and she never got over it. It seems.
Well, like
How many
Uh,
people has
so-
do you
KP
remember?
accused of loving her or being attracted to her? How many people has KP accused of being attracted to her?
Yeah, she said that in her professional emails where she was trying to get Chris fired. She's like, all those times you were romantically and sexually interested in me, I have proof of that. It's like, bitch, what are you talking about?
But
Do you remember when you and I don't know if the audience has been appraised of this, but I remember when KP and you had like a little fight in Size channel or Size server, yeah, about like how there was a project that you were going to work on together and it just didn't end up working out, and you were very like, oh yeah, it just kind of fell apart and we never worked on it, and she took it very personally. And
oh yeah.
and it was like a mirror of the shit that she did with fucking Saber Spark.
Well, what she did then
Well,
was she sent Courtney out like an attack dog against me, and Courtney made a bunch of tweets responding to things I casually said elsewhere that had nothing. They were the most like unassuming and unimportant messages possible that she took great offense to.
One of the crazier things, though, when KP was like confronting that Chris guy in her calls, she was also like holding a grudge against him because he was filming for her for free at a convention and he was telling people who she is, and she's been mad about this for like 10 years. This little interaction he didn't even remember. And she was like, well, I felt like you were bragging, you know, you were like treating me like a piece of meat. And then later she like assumes he must like use her on his resume to like get jobs, and it's like, where did she get these delusions of grandeur from?
Well, I'll say another story I heard that, again, through the grapevine, can't confirm who these people are because it's confidential. But I've heard from people who felt like KP used them as a contact to talk to someone else and then completely brushed them aside the moment they had access to a bigger name. Oh, yeah. Like she would basically use people to get in contact with bigger names and then just ghost them after they serve their purpose. And like,
That's so shitty.
yeah, and it just like, I won't say who because it's not relevant here, but I've just I've heard from the people involved, so I believe it fully. And honestly, it's not that uncharacteristic for her. She tends to use people. She tried to use my channel to build clout for her own. She kind of asked me to promote some of her videos, which I did on my channel. I still reposted them, I'm pretty sure.
I mean,
I didn't delete any reposts.
Didn't she imply she could help you grow?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me tell you that story. It's kind of funny. So, as we're collaborating on this project that she didn't do anything, added nothing to, she then indicated that she could help promote me at convention scenes because she has experience firsthand doing it. And, you know, it's such a good place to network and develop and grow. And like, she never elaborated further on it. So I'm not sure how serious she was about it. But like the implication that and at the time I was still, and mind you, my channel is still growing. I still get a regular influx of new subscribers every day. Her channel is pretty stagnant for the last 2 years. So I'm already thinking like, okay, if you're trying to promote growth to me, already I'm a little concerned. But then she showed me these videos of her conventions, and it was these super out of focus, super like the camera was in the back row, terrible scuffed audio. And I'm like, oh, this is neat. Thanks, KP. This is really cool. And in my head, I'm like, yeah, I'm not really sure this is the most useful promotional
she
material.
could promote you at MomoCon if they didn't take her off the guest list.
There are look,
Basically.
there's nothing wrong with networking. Like, I'm not gonna pretend
Networking is good.
that like I don't get anything out of like being friends with Sai and Ants. Like like they've boosted my channel a lot. It's great, but like.
Yeah, but we're not expecting anything in return, or it's not
Or-
transactional.
or like me acting like I'm entitled to it is bizarre.
Yeah, like I
Hmm.
invited KP to my community for a little bit because I was just basically networking. Like, oh hey, you're someone who is against Lily and you do stuff on YouTube too. Neat. Let's keep in touch. Just that was
Yeah.
about the extent of it, really.
Well, she hung out and she talked to us. She was friendly to me for a little while, and I think it's like especially when she saw that like, oh, these people's channels are getting a big boost in views, and she wanted to be involved. I don't think she ever came to my YouTube channel, but Malcolm as well. She stuck around there. And she was like friendly to a lot of us, and then like when it was clear that she couldn't use us, she kind of just faded into the background.
But that's the thing too.
Didn't she or Courtney have a stream with Malcolm like right before this video too,
Yeah.
where he was also telling them not to do Predator Hunter shit?
Yeah, everyone told them not to do it, like across the board. And it's funny too, and again, like I just there's something that okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about like inside baseball kind of stuff for a second here, right? In terms of like YouTube content creation and all that. Like when you create something on YouTube, you need to make it so that you can make more stuff like it in the future. You
Yeah.
never want to put all your eggs in one basket. And I've talked to people who are like involved who are like, oh, hey, I did this project, didn't work out. I'll try something else. I'll pivot. And, hey, listen, not every project works out. You got to have a sense of like flexibility, like going, okay, if this doesn't work, I can bounce back. Nothing Courtney was doing was working for her channel. Like if you look at her views collectively, not a single thing was striking. And it has nothing to do necessarily with the topic she was covering. It has everything to do with how she did it. Like her strategies were so baked into the content strategies from the mid 2010s in that all the videos were under 10 minutes long, not even enough to get mid-roll ads. YouTube promotes content based on watch time, and her content was not engaging enough to keep people on for that long.
Not at all, no.
So
yeah.
Courtney's channel is a little bit bigger than mine. It's about double my size. Which when you're speaking in terms of subscriber count, that's actually not that much bigger. It's when you
Not
get
anymore.
to like 5 times.
I don't think she's gonna grow much more now.
She's
Have you looked at Courtney's channel?
I have it up.
recently?
3.9 subscribers, 3.9 thousand subscribers.
Last week it was 4.11.
Yeah. So, like, if you
Yeah.
look at the stuff that she's doing, we've got her last edited video was the Black Griffin one, and that did get 28K views. But then you look at the
What's
rest.
funny though? Every time I see Black Griffin come up, nobody ever cites her video. I haven't seen it come up once.
Well,
Well, yeah, and then
Lily's
her
Bedhead
other
video
stuff,
cites
she
it, but,
has the 148,000 views, which was her first video about Lily Orchard when it was very topical. And then you have like 22K views when it was about Essence of Thought, but everything else has been pretty small. And like you look at her live
because
streams, and it's
She
like,
doesn't understand how to be entertaining, is the thing. There's a lot of other people. Because, see, a lot of people around us don't take it seriously when I say I'm an entertainer. They don't think I mean that. But, like, to be a streamer, you have to be able to perform to some degree. And she seems to think streaming is just plopping yourself down in front of your phone and just yapping. And that's all there is to it. And I'm sure it seems like there's all there is to it. But that's really not the case.
Well, that's the thing too. Like people recommend all the time, hey, react to this video, react to this video. I'm like, well, is there anything entertaining to discuss about it? Like,
if I don't feel like I can make something interesting, I won't stream about it because it would just be boring.
For example, I'll give you an example real quick. Last week, I streamed a couple different videos, and there was the middle segment, I think was the weakest part because it was the part about talking about Jar's most recent videos, Just a Robot's recent videos. And they were just boring. They weren't interesting. We had to play around how boring Jar's content is, just to discuss it and make it interesting. And like, and Krim, you showed up at the tail end of that Jar section. It was the weakest link of the whole stream, but it was also the thing people wanted to see the most. So sometimes people don't know what they really want because the idea that they have is different from what actually is going to happen. And you don't always know that unless you prepare it like extensively beforehand.
No, we just took a little peek at Courtney's videos, and you have like these peaks and valleys of hundreds of thousands of views and then like less than 200. And I want to just kind of show people what in my personal opinion, is a pretty healthy view count for a channel that is about the size of me and Courtney's. If I go to my edited videos, I'm kind of sad that this underperformed because this was really funny. And I put a lot of work into it, but it's fine. But like I've got things that are like mostly 2,000, 1,000, 6,000. This one didn't do very well. I only got 700. And I realized that maybe people don't want content like that. And then another one that's 2,000, 2,000, 16,000. That was the big one. And then those are age gated, so they didn't do very well. But if you go into my lives, again, it's usually for reaction videos where I'm talking about a topic. I get around about 1,000, sometimes upwards of 2,000 or 3,000. It's a little bit bigger than my subscriber counts. And I do have the peaks and valleys where, I only got about 300 on these streams, 300 here, 500 here. But there aren't like these aggressive dips and valleys of like tens of thousands and then there's like 100 views. It stays pretty consistent and very predictable. I know, generally speaking, whenever I do a stream, how many people are going to watch that stream. And sometimes I know, like, hey, I know that people don't come to me for Minecraft videos, but I still make them and I get about the amount of viewers that I expect to get. I pretty consistently get between 200 and 500 views on my Minecraft videos. Whereas I don't.
You do those for you, though. Yeah?
I do those for me. That's for me. And I still get super chats and people are supportive of me, and that's great. I'm in a place where I'm pretty comfortable with the growth. I get about between 100 and 200 subscribers every month. It's a pretty steady growth, and I usually on my big streams I get a little bit more views than I have subscribers. That's what healthy growth looks like for a small channel like mine. But you go back to Courtney, and it jumps so widely, and we don't really know what she's talking about, what her topics are going to be. The thumbnails don't really say anything. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but she doesn't really.
No, this is all valid critique. I explain this to people in my Discord a lot because again, I just give free advice. There you go for joining my Discord if you want YouTube advice. I always show people like I use these particular words in my title and description for the algorithm. I wrote this very, very purposefully and precisely in order to do well in the algorithm and to get recommended on other videos on the same topic. That's how you do it.
Here's a great example. We're going to compare a video that I made about Anthony versus a video that Courtney made about Anthony.
Oh, great.
If you're going to play a video, can you share?
No, we're not going to play. We're not going to play. We're not going to play. I'm looking at
I misunderstood.
Yeah, no. So the last video that I made reacting to Anthony's content was reacting to Anthony Gramulia's Mary Sue video, and I got 2.5k views on that one. And Courtney did one about 6 months ago and got 590 views total on that one.
Yeah, it was
Jesus.
That was a long, weird rant too. It was wild.
For people
for a 3K channel too, huh?
Yeah, for people, four at that time, but like it was. We were both talking about another YouTuber that was about the same size. and we are about the same size channels in terms of like what's the word? Levels, I guess I would say. And my video decimates hers. No, I'm, like, this is not like, like, I'm not the next ContraPoints or anything. I'm not like making like, I'm not like, getting the hundreds of thousands or millions of views that somebody like June or H-Bomber Guy or Sean or even Jose or somebody is. But looking at the difference of 590 versus 2.5, and we're both reacting to the same person. And there's a few reasons why, I made an actual thumbnail, and again did the SEO that you were talking about, and Courtney just took a...
and thumbnails are so important. They're
are.
way more
Essential.
important than people realize.
Every single, like, the thing is, you look at these thumbnails, my thought is half of them look the same. Half of them are her cow.
Yeah, like yours are vibrant. You have your character in there consistently. You have your color scheme, so they all tie together. And they're all eye-catching, and they all are very clearly labeled what they're on. And then you go here, you see like a crummy little drawing of a cow. What does that tell you? Nothing.
Yeah, and like the only
this is bored, come hang out.
Yeah, exactly. And the only repetitious like thumbnails you got, Krim, are the Minecraft ones where you're just using the same icon, but it's still an eye-catching icon. And mention, it's part of a series, part of the same like entry, like that's about it. Like, and even then, if you're looking at it on your main page, you still recognize it for what it is. It's a Minecraft. It's your world in Minecraft. It's eye-catching. It communicates the story right there. Half of this, and also I noticed a comment in the chat point out that Courtney just shows herself playing the games, but not gameplay footage. So she's not even showing the gameplay footage.
So I'm telling you, she doesn't understand streaming. She's just like Lily. She thinks that audience should just be there for her because she's great.
Exactly, and that's what I'm trying to say, is that I'm trying to sell myself in every video, trying to tell you a reason just by looking at it. This is why you should watch this video. Courtney is entitled to an audience because, well, I'm the person that got popular because, Lily Orchard victimized me, and therefore you should all watch me. Therefore you should pay attention to me, instead of these people, when it's not really how it works.
No.
And it's a difference in motivation as well. I'm not doing this because I'm so great, I need all the attention in the world. I'm actually pretty introverted outside of my streams. I think a few people can attest to that. And when I'm on stream, I am performing to an extent. I mean, I'm still being authentically myself with my opinions, but I'm performing. I am trying to entertain you and make you laugh. A lot of people will go like, oh my god, 2 hours have passed already, and it's like, yep, that's what I do. I just take you away.
One thing I'm worried about if I have doing a convention is how boring I probably am in real life. That's the problem.
When you're at a convention behind a booth, you will be in performer mode. It'll turn on.
Yeah, well, I'm not behind a booth. I'm just gonna walk around the convention. I'm not gonna have a.
I mean, if you're there to meet fans, it'll turn on. If you're just there to attend and nobody knows who the fuck you are, who cares?
I'm gonna go in dressed as Yuri Kotsky from Yuri on Ice with the mask and everything in the middle of the summer at New York. The New York Anime Convention at Crunchyroll.
Send pictures.
This will be Krim. I'm gonna send you a picture of what I'm gonna look like at the convention.
Do you want me to post it?
Yeah. Let me send you the photo because it's like a specific aesthetic from Yuri on Ice.
I think also
damn.
It's
this
kind of
right here.
It's kind of also the same thing with Sai's channel too. Is that we predictably Sai probably knows that when she does a reaction to somebody like Shadowversary or Yandere Dev or Lily Orchard, or you're gonna get more views, but. And consistently, those videos get more views than the gameplay.
But you can also see, I started using this little frame with the little Sai-chan head on it, because at first I was just making sure I drew Sai-chan into everything so people would know it was me, and that got a little tiring, so I came up with this little diagonal lower third here, and it would label when it's a gaming stream and when it's a React stream, and then of course the weekly art stream just has the normal big thumbnail because it's like just an off-topic. We're just yapping and drawing stream.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So it
100%.
tells people immediately what kind of video it is, what kind of VOD it is.
Yep.
And I think what's interesting too is that I've had a lot of different thumbnail strategies over the last, like, some Sai has drawn, some I've asked Lines in Motion to do, some I've done recently just myself, just to see if that works, just to experiment with different layouts and color aesthetics. Like I always keep trying different things with my thumbnails. But the point is that both Sai, myself, and you, Krim, are all very conscious of how we present our information, how we present our material, and what foot we put forward first. You know, like I am very conscious of the titles, of the thumbnails, of all of that to make sure it's done correctly. And I honestly think, and this is, people may this may be a very privileged thing for me to say, but I genuinely think my work experience in marketing has helped me greatly in this world.
Oh
Like,
God,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think all three of us lean a bit on our talents
Mhm.
from previous
Yeah,
careers. and
I've
experiences.
said before, I feel like I came into YouTube with cheat codes on because I
Yeah,
already know graphic design. I already knew
Mhm.
like metadata and SEO. I already had been like helping other people with social media, and like I can do my own thumbnails. I can draw my own thumbnails and make my own
Yeah.
assets. So it's
Yeah.
like, dear God, I feel like I have cheat codes on.
Yeah,
Also,
and,
yeah, that
like,
was me it was me at the convention.
We-
That's all dressed up as.
Yeah.
That's
we
all it was. It was great.
we all
In
have
90-degree weather.
we all have our backgrounds of like I went to film school. Like Anthony is in journalism, and Sai has done all of this graphic and marketing stuff online. It helps, but I think that like, excuse me.
Okay.
I think that
Okay.
like assuming that like you're owed an audience, it's I think it's such a awful and in many ways
It's a terrible
dangerous
attitude,
assumption.
and
It's a terrible
you don't
attitude.
deserve one. You don't deserve one if you think like that. You are.
We-
I always say I am a servant to the audience, and that's why I'm succeeding, and these people who are mad at me for succeeding don't understand. I'm not going like, "We look at me, I'm so popular, everyone's paying attention to me." It's like, how can I serve my audience? How can I make people laugh?
Yeah.
What can I do that'll be interesting to them? That's
Well,
how I
let's
think
tell-
and how I
We need
approach
to-
this.
we
Let's
need
tell the cruel
to-
truth about it. You are ultimately running a small business.
Yeah, I'm a shock jock DJ. I'm a talk show host. This that's how I approach it.
And it's I think another thing to remember is it's we're privileged to be in this situation.
Oh
you know?
God, yes.
Mhm.
I'm believe
And-
me, I'm very happy I've been able to support myself with this and my
yeah.
art.
Yeah, it accounts for about half of my income at this point. And
Yeah.
I am very grateful, and I feel very privileged to be able to say that.
That sounds
I
like
also
Krim needs more
under-
super chats, guys.
Yeah, definitely.
And I
Pay Krim the Krim tax. There's a Krim
Uh,
tax now.
yeah.
Krim tax
my
for Krim.
position- I think my position is
but-
different because I think of
Stream
all the-
demon tax.
Yes, Stream. I think like financially, my situation is different because I
Yeah.
have a couple different sources of income, which is I'm very
You have a
grateful
big boy
for.
job, yeah.
And not just that, but also investments and all that. Like I don't talk about money often because I don't have to. I'm in a position where I'm privileged enough not to worry about it and can use what I have to help other people, which I like, which is
I-
good.
I think
Yeah, whereas we're a little more lower class, Krim and I.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying.
I
I'm just saying it's very.
I'm
I'm very
saying
lucky.
that.
I think my point is that I think it's a privilege and one that we can lose.
Exactly.
For whatever reason, and if that's because we pull some kind of shit like KP did, or it's because hey, it's revealed that this person has some skeletons in their closet. I don't think that's somebody that's owed a YouTube audience, and I think that it's
No,
not
no.
violent, and I don't think it's some sort of crime if it gets taken away.
I also think I
And-
should bring up something else as well too that I've been thinking about a lot with like YouTube audiences and all that too. And it's something I've been thinking about since the Art CC I first interacted with, and since a controversy on my channel happened with another guest. There's a weird puritanical streak in a lot of the audiences online.
Yeah.
That I find very uncomfortable. That I've tried to like gently push against, but it gets a little weird after a while. and an example of this was with about a month or two ago. Um I'm sorry, you're getting so many super chats. I will stop talking, let you do super chats in a second. I'll tell you one thought
It's my
process first.
power.
It's great. But like I did a video a while back on She-Hulk, and my guest on there was Kinky Animations, Lily Goth, a sane Lily by comparison. And I got some comments from people because she's an artist. She's an NSFW artist. A lot of and her artwork is I think pretty good. I think it's very good, but it is also very explicit. And I got some concerned messages from audiences, and not just in my Discord, but also like privately on Tumblr. And I got a couple emails even about worrying that I was associating with someone like Lily. But I'm like, no, this is totally fine. It's a creative. Like, that's not a big deal to me. I don't care as long as what you're creating is sane and normal. That's what matters. You know what I mean? Like, that's what matters. Nothing else.
I mean,
As long as it's not like hurting anyone.
I think it's a decision that you have to make, because I probably wouldn't have I have nothing against people that make art like that, but I probably wouldn't have an artist or creator on my channel who makes a profession in not safe for work stuff. And that's not because I think there's anything wrong with it, but it's because I don't want to sort of have that sort of environment in my community. I want it to be pretty clean, and that's not because I'm a prude. It's just because I think that's a very private thing. And don't get me wrong, I watch YouTubers that talk about adult content. I haven't watched them in a long time, but I used to watch a lot of What's the Safe Word, and I've watched Cat Black, and I've spoken about Cat Black before, but her stuff is actually relatively safe. But like What's the Safe Word, I've watched them before. Haven't watched them in a couple of years, but I've been curious to look back at them again. I probably would not ever have them on my channel, even if they wanted to. It's just because that's not the kind of channel that I want to create. I want it to be pretty, I don't even
This
know
is
what
fair.
This is. Yeah, that's why I have never had like I do have like an adult oriented place on my server, but it very explicitly, don't post porn here. It's not to be horny. It's like, if you have like an adult joke or have an adult conversation you want to have, we can have it here, but like, don't talk about anything that you wouldn't talk about at a bar in public with your friends.
Yeah. Whereas I think my channel, I've curated a very different perspective. Like, I'll talk about extreme horror, which is way worse than anything. I've discussed movies on my channel that are way more explicit and horrible than anything that a lot of that most NSFW artists have ever and discussed it in like an academic perspective, like an art perspective.
I mean,
I think
like,
all art is worth analyzing.
Yeah, I just personally, I think that's a little bit different though, because I just personally don't want to host content that is intended to be titillating, if that makes sense.
That's valid.
It's just not.
I will make my. The one video I've wanted to make this whole time, but everyone's told me not to do it. But much like KP, I too will decide to throw caution to the wind one day and just make my 3-hour analysis on Metamorphosis, the manga. I think that's a great idea. I think the world needs a deep dive into a 10-year-old.
You are not the almighty lowly. You can't make a 20-hour retrospective on Berserk like him.
I think the world needs it.
I was gonna make a reference, but I don't know if I should. I'm gonna be a good boy.
Will you? Well, then I guess you're not invited to my Evangelion retake analysis.
The day that I unsubscribe to you would be the day that you make a retrospective on something like Bible Black. I think I'd have to leave.
I am. That was another one.
No!
Okay, so all joking aside.
Anthony!
The kids, don't look that one up.
Well, actually, no, I was just talking with the dub for that, honestly. What I would love to do is track down the Bible Black dub actors and figure out what they were thinking with that amazing dub. My feelings are not a fake. Laugh as they go plummet to their doom.
Again, like, if you want to watch that kind of shit on your own, that's fine, but I just think there are certain things, you guys don't need to know about my tastes like that. There's no point in that. That's for me and for me alone.
Actually, some people in chat saying they thought you were gonna say Bible Man. That might be
Oh,
worse than Bible
God.
Black, honestly.
That'd be more traumatizing. Yeah.
In a
It might be
different way.
genuinely worse because people actually thought that would be good,
Well,
unlike
I don't
Bible
think
Black.
I'd be. I'm a lot. I think people assume that I'm a prude. It's just that I don't want to do that shit in public. It takes a lot to phase me, to be honest. I just don't want that.
There's
to be
nothing
public.
wrong with like wanting to be private with your sex shit. Like more people should have that philosophy.
Yeah.
Inside, I've bumped heads with you about this before. I'm
Uh-huh.
very like, I'm very like sex positive in a lot of ways. Like, I'm. It's
And I've
funny
said I
because
hate
like,
that term.
yeah, exactly. I know you do. I know you. But it's funny. It's like it's funny because I rarely ever actually discuss it in any meaningful capacity. But also I genuinely love it when people can express themselves in that way through art and storytelling.
Yeah.
I think it's a really beautiful thing. But also it is one of the
Yeah, but
most
also
things
like
that no one wants to hear about.
if it's
So
like
I
if it's
get
not
it.
like a fucking if it's not like a fucking art house film and it's your fucking Tumblr blog, maybe keep it to yourself.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Especially with,
And
like,
that's
well,
that's
the thing is also there's a way of discussing NSFW stuff without showing NSFW material in your videos.
Yeah.
And there's like the thing is that like that's like I really value that boundary between myself and my audience. I don't want them to know about my sexual proclivities or tastes. And I know I said I was asexual, but look, it's complicated.
Yeah, all things are.
It's complicated. So I won't go into that too deeply, but my point is that like once you've kind of broken down that boundary, people become a lot more okay with saying things that I don't think you should be saying to a YouTuber or to a creator. It just gets parasocial in such an uncomfortable way. There was one time early on where somebody drew a picture that I was like, I do not appreciate that, and I do not want people to draw art like that of me or my little character or whatever. I don't want you to think of me in that way. And that was like a big reason as to why I like very much put my foot down of like, yeah, no titillating content, because I don't want my audience to try making things to titillate me, and I don't want people to expect that kind of content from me. I do not want to have that relationship with my audience, period. And the thing is that YouTube audiences generally trend being quite young, like in their early 20s and to mid 20s. A lot of people that are active in communities, that's the age that they tend to be. And the thing that young people love to do, and I have experienced this working with kids, is if you set down a rule, they want to see just how far they can push it. Like if when I was working with kids, it's like, okay, but you can't come out of your your wing at night, after a certain time, because it's lights out. If you need to use the bathroom across the hall, you can get up and do that. If you need to get your clothes from the hook, you can go do that. And what these fucking kids would do is they would come out to the hall and go out to the very edge of their wing, and they would sit there and chat with the people in their wing. And it would be at the very edge, and it's like, you guys are supposed to be getting ready for bed now, not sitting out here chatting. It's like, well, we're in our wing. And it's like, okay. And then they would put their little toe out of the wing. And then if you walk away for 5 minutes, you'd come back, and there'd be two groups of people from two different wings clumped together. And it's like, well, now you're just breaking the rules. And it's like, well, we were just, you'd had no problem with us standing right there, so why is it a problem now? And it's like, sometimes you really have to set up firm boundaries, and they have to be a little firmer than what you're actually personally comfortable with, so that they don't violate the ones that would actually, make you uncomfortable and hurt you. You need to be a little bit more, especially if you are on something like YouTube, or if you have any sort of authority with somebody.
Yeah, and actually that loops back around to like KP and Courtney, who have no boundaries like that.
None.
Yeah, because
Not
again,
a
the whole
single one.
video KP put out was all about her personal fucking issues that should have stayed private.
Yeah, 100%. And quite frankly, the fact that they were even made public as much as they were is proof that there is no. And again, like, this is another thing too. With Courtney in particular, she is someone who has no boundaries with any of her audience. And that's not safe at
It's
all.
really not.
She encourages a deeply parasocial
Yeah.
relationship between her audience and her.
And I'll be honest with you, if this was just a random person online who was like, "Hey, I'm having some I like having some troubles at home," and was asking advice, and it's like, I think the way that some of those conversations played out still wouldn't be okay.
No.
But they wouldn't be cause for as much concern as they are when you're a YouTuber with power over a small community.
Yeah,
You know?
no.
You're not just a random mother figure on the internet. You're a YouTuber, and if this kid ever was like, actually, the way that Courtney treated me, I didn't like, if they said that publicly, they would be the ones to get shit, not you.
Yeah.
You know?
Because that's the big defense of being a YouTuber. You have people who want to defend you. Like, and I'll use an example too of a person who's a troll who gets targeted a lot when he makes himself a target. There is a consistent troll I've had on YouTube and on other social media. Krim, you know who this person is.
Yeah, that guy.
It is this guy.
He
He is just like
after me.
dude. He's such an idiot. He's really not. He's not a very bright bulb. I'll put it that way. He's very bad at this. Worse than Courtney, I'd say, in terms of the YouTube playing the algorithm game. But what ends up happening is he's ultimately very harmless because like he doesn't really accomplish anything. He's just annoying. And like it's like kind of fun to rile him up a bit, but he's just a troll ultimately. At the end of the day, he's not really doing anything particularly. Like he'll call himself my arch nemesis, but really he's not really there's nothing really there to particularly worry about. Like
my advice is to just not engage with the guy because he's just looking for attention, because he bothered me a couple times, but out of all the people that he's bothered, I'm the one he goes after the least because I don't give him the time of day. So he's kind of like gave up because I think he thought I was ignoring him, but I just don't sign into Blue Sky very often, so I didn't even realize he was trying to interact with me. But
who does?
completely missed the mark on that one, didn't he? But it's funny because the point I was going to make was that whenever he does stuff like that, and I do respond, a bunch of people will then respond in my stead to keep fighting him, and I get that. Like I understand that, but also like, on another level, I encourage it by responding. I'm telling my audience, this person is okay to go after by virtue of talking to him. And I have made it a policy to avoid bringing up anyone who criticizes my work in my videos, with one exception ever, in terms of people who regularly criticize my work. And the only real exceptions are people like Lily Orchard or Shadiversity, who are actively trying to badmouth me as a person as opposed to my work. Even freaking Mauler didn't seem to go that far, like as far as like Lily did with like the plagiarism accusations and all that nonsense. So like I tend to avoid criticizing people back for anything they say, if it's a direct criticism anyway. And like I feel like with Courtney, I feel like she doesn't really have that boundary.
Also, if you know who this person is, don't mention their name because I don't want to bring attention to them.
Well, again, it's because she just expects an audience to be there for her. So why should she have boundaries? They're there for her, and she's great. That's an attitude a lot of people have, and that's why they don't succeed at streaming.
I was debating putting a little clip at the beginning of the stream, but I thought it would be too KP coded, so I didn't. But it's that one clip. It's a clip from the musical Chicago, where it's like the audience loves me and I love them, and we love each other. And that's because none of us got enough love in our childhood, and that's showbiz. And that is unfortunately how a lot of people see it. Is that like it's this parasocial relationship because you're missing out on something, and like that's it's like this transactional thing that people take advantage of, and at the end the person that is trying to benefit the most is that, that public figure. Like, the people that are trying to take advantage of that, they're they're no good. They're garbage, and you need to stay far away from them and don't listen to a word they say. The people that are entitled to that love and adoration. But I thought it would be kind of distasteful to put
maybe,
but that's why these people end up getting jealous of fucking horse fame and hold on to that anger for 10 fucking years.
I don't understand.
Jenny Nicholson is the only one that was normal.
Jenny Nicholson is the most only sane.
What's with the fucking? I don't know. What was with the fucking costume she's been wearing lately? Are you sure she's normal?
She's listen,
entertaining.
She's just very.
She's eccentric.
She's just very autistic about theme parks. Okay, leave her alone.
Okay.
Also, I'm not trying to armchair diagnose her, but I just get autist to autist. I get the vibes from.
Well, see, okay. I first heard the term horse famous from Cougar, and I thought it was very funny because he used to do some voice acting in MLP fan shit when he was a teenager, and he's like, "Yep, I was horse famous," and I was like, "That is the funniest goddamn thing I've ever heard." So I started using it after that. But what it means is you were famous in the My Little Pony community, which was not as big as people seem to believe it was.
I don't understand.
So it's kind of derogatory saying like, yeah, okay, you were famous to the bronies. Nobody else cares.
People are saying Josh Scorcher, but also Josh Scorcher got into some horse drama too. I don't think Jenny Nicholson ever got into horse drama. She's very normal.
There were some controversial videos she made, but that's about it. And I also think that most people, I'll be honest with you. You know what really I think established Jane Nicholson as like internet royalty?
Yeah.
EFAP. I think EFAP spending 12 hours reacting to her 40-minute Joker video just established the new order of the internet.
I mean,
I really do. Like, I feel like that was the turning point where people went, oh my god, these people are fucking idiots.
You know what the difference is that Jenny Nicholson never like identified as like never represented herself as a pony.
Mm-hmm. Never.
She just
I think she was into it before she was like a YouTuber.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, absolutely. She was not only into it before she was a YouTuber, but she was into like previous generations too. She liked the toys.
But guys like Saberspark and Black Griffin, they got popular from being horse famous, and that's why all these people are mad at them now, because they moved on to bigger and better things, but they were bronies with the rest of them 10 years ago. Well, that's really what KP is mad about.
People were pissy at Saberspark before then for being a weird gooner. Like, don't forget,
but like,
he also covered the Sharkvore cartoon.
All you can say is these guys are kind of weird. You can't just call them pedophiles because you really want them to be. That's not how anything works.
Well, I think the problem is wanting them to be like, okay, so here's the thing also. Like,
they just want something to be objectively wrong with them so no one will like them anymore and they'll go away and lose their careers. That's what they want.
The other thing, too, is that other creators, like, if you look at the Minecraft community, there are so many pedos in that community. No offense, Crim.
No, absolutely.
We
just like Minecraft because we're autistic, you know.
I just like bot game. But you have like Iskal.
Yeah, I like Build.
Who recently came out to be like not a pedophile but a fucking asshole and a creep. And like that, he was part of like the most safe, like they had all their nose. Hermitcraft is like, people were like, oh, these guys are untouchable. They're the only Minecraft YouTuber community that isn't, full of predators and pedophiles and assholes. And then Iskal turned out to be a fucking creep. And it's devastated everybody. But like, you really gotta question people's motivations for getting into those communities.
No. Also, I saw a comment, and I just want to respond to you real quick. You hit it big when people are EFAPing to you. Well, I got EFAPed directly. I was in their 4th most widely watched video of the last year. And I know it's their 4th most widely watched video of last year because apparently some of EFAP's streams have less viewers than Crim.
Ooh.
Krim, you
Wow.
have more views than some of EFAP's more
Well, it's
recent
because
streams.
they're boring.
They're so boring.
The only person I've ever liked from EFAP is Jay Longbone, and let's go watch her fucking channel.
Who's outside of that whole thing. So, Krim, you've gotten more views than some of EFAP's streams have.
That's amazing. Also, can I read off my super chats? They've been building.
Please,
up
yeah,
and
I'm so sorry.
building.
Yeah, sorry. Actually, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and get some more water anyway, so I'll be right back.
Where are we? Okay. All right. Nick Wolf says Ant is Mandark with a baritone voice.
Oh God, you're not incorrect. Also, Mandark was voiced by the same guy who played that annoying kid in Polar Express, so it just keeps coming back to Polar Express.
That fucking laugh haunts me.
Yeah. Do you ever see that actor in a movie? Because it's really surreal.
Yeah.
He sounds just like that.
Yeah,
in
he really
real
does.
life.
Join
so
button
weird.
when I'm too lazy for Patreon. You can also support me on Ko-Fi or send me a super chat like you did just now. But YouTube membership actually does require some setup on the back end, and I just haven't gotten around to it. And YouTube takes a bigger cut than Patreon, so for now, if you want to support me with a monthly donation, you can find a link to my Patreon down below, and one-time subscriptions, you can go to my Ko-Fi and make sure to like and subscribe and all that stuff. But anyway, Steph the scientist says, I believe that art is the artist's perspective on the world, and that makes it all the more painful to realize you share a perspective with a monster. But here's the thing, is that, like, it's not just with art. There's plenty of people that are massive creeps that, like, accept trans people, or that like Star Trek, or that whose favorite color is the same favorite color that you have. I'm really boring. My favorite color is black, and if I have to pick like a real color, it's red. So like it's just because we have the same favorite color or like we share the same birthday, it doesn't mean anything. You guys gotta stop letting your tastes and your like don't let your tastes and consumption define like if you're a good person or not. That's part of the problem here. Like you can't consume your way into being a good person. And I think that in an era where it's so hard to feel like we're affecting the communities around us because the world seems to have gotten so big, it's hard to remember that like it doesn't really matter what cartoons you watch. It doesn't make you a good person or a bad person. If you want to be a good person, go out and, I don't know, volunteer at your local soup kitchen or something, or whatever nonprofits around you. Like that's how you make a positive impact on the world. Not based on the art you consume. Good luck tonight from Paige. Thank you for the super chat. Adrian says, well, Noburino Watsuki's crime doesn't reflect what was in the text and the attention, similar to Neil Gaiman, except the Muse story. Yeah. I'm seeing double here. 4 size says plop. Yeah, that was when there was some I got it figured out. It's very ad hoc with the situation I've got going on with Sai appearing on screen. I finally got reactive working. But Dakana says, rare Leo Convoy W, I feel ill typing this.
Yeah, as you should.
Yeah.
As you should. A broken clock is right. Twice a day and all that. Nick Wolf says, remember the evil overworld lid and how a lot of it was just, if a child can point out the flaw of your plan, don't do it. Just replace the child with Flyo. Oh my god.
Yeah, basically. The 40-year-old child.
Choose your destructor, Crimmy Turner or Crimmy Neutron. I hate, don't put that evil into the universe.
Choose the
Crimmy Neutron.
I think, okay, listen, I hate Butch Hartman, so if I had to pick one, it'd probably be Crimmy Neutron. The movie was kind of good, actually. Very experimental, but I just don't like anything that Butch Hartman has put his nasty little fingers into. I don't want to have anything to do with.
I also want to make it known that I did a perfect Mandark laugh in my mouthwashing stream. Everybody should go watch that.
Oh my god.
Aurora Moonbeam says, I think a factor of this is that people often won't accept that you dislike someone or something if the reasoning isn't valid. There needs to be something bigger for your opinion to be respected. Yeah. Adrian Parchment went back to Tumblr because of you guys. Oopsie.
I'm so sorry.
Nick says only make Krim watch Kick-Ass, the shortest one. No, if I can get drunk, I'll watch all of them.
Yay! We could do one
glorious.
stream per each one, and
Yeah.
decide if we're gonna talk over it or pause.
Talk over it, I think. There, and we can put
The
something.
only-
Maybe pause at certain points if we really need to like discuss something.
Yeah.
Because like I think we all know who every single Channel Awesome person is, don't we?
I have
all of us.
interacted with some of them directly, so I
know who every goddamn bastard in all of those movies are, and it's kind of
Same.
embarrassing to say that, but I do.
I've talked to some of them directly, so I feel like I'm going to be like, oh, I actually know that person. I'm like, oh, I know them now.
Yeah, so we might have to pause at certain points to be like discussing people, but yeah.
Yeah, no. And then be
Space Frog
uncomfortable whenever
said-
Drew Wario shows up on screen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Space
that's
Frog
the one
says-
downside.
Spaceball Frog says you need to start collecting taxes and make some bank. I'm trying, buddy. C Jelly bullies you with taco money. Thanks for encouraging critical thinking. You're whackum. Plop says I need to point out for her gaming streams, Courtney just shows her playing the game, not even the gameplay. Yeah, I saw it. Like it's like a camera set up of her sitting on her bed, like with the game on a screen. It is a choice.
So she,
Like,
so
that's
she,
Classic DSP
I
style.
was gonna say DSP, I was gonna say that's
Yes.
DSP's technique.
Darkside Phil do that. I was trying to remember who it was. Like there was a guy that did that, and like his videos were terrible.
Yeah,
His videos are still terrible.
Yep.
Strawberries say Crim Tax. Oh boy. Angels Art and
Yeah,
Gaming
there's a crim
says
tax now.
yeah. But my summer vacation money. No, it's fine. I could pay. I'm being goofy, but being frugal too. I appreciate it. Only donate if you are able to. I will be fine. Paige says, did somebody say super chats? I felt a chill down my spine all of a sudden. Nicholas Meisel says, was gonna pay inflated rates for snacks at movies in the morning, but better just sneak it in. And then extra $2 for Bible Black Dove. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have put that evil out into the world.
Get $2
Adrian-
for it though.
Yeah, Adrian Parchment says Psy is gem famous. I
Oh my
guess.
god.
But like that kind of happened separately, and then people were like, "Wait a minute,
I would-
the
It's
switcheroo
true. I would
girl?"
prefer. I don't even know. See, it's got to the point where I don't even know if people are saying it sincerely anymore because it becomes such a running joke for people to just randomly go, "Are you the switcheroo artist?"
My favorite was going to the Museum of Natural History and then just sending you, "Hey, Sai, you lied," and I send you a picture of Spinel, the actual mineral,
Oh, God.
a thing I have done at least once.
C Jelly says, "Hey, healthy. Any advice on how to not be parasocial?"
It's kind of hard to explain. Always try to like keep yourself grounded. That the way you see someone on a screen doesn't mean that you know them. You're only seeing like one small part of them. Like you don't know their personal lives or how they are with their family or their real life friends. So just always
Yeah.
keep in mind that you have that barrier there, and people like us are only showing you like a sliver of our lives.
Like
The
you wouldn't
solution
invite.
to being parasocial is to worship me for real.
Oh, see now they're all doing
Construct a
switcheroo
massive
artist
statue
jokes
to
in
my
the chat.
honor.
You wouldn't invite your teacher out for drinks after school. Like
I
it's-
have
it's-
literally
you.
drank with my teacher. I once went to the bar with
We
my
ruined
teacher
that for you.
after
I'm so
school.
sorry.
See, this is the problem. No boundaries in this fucking hell of a world. Plop
Not
says,
in the United States.
Plop says, my favorite color is white. I just don't want the weird looks when I say that. Yeah, I can see why. I can see how that could happen. M. Peanutson, thank you for the $20 super chat. Is it bad? I see a point to Dr. Wolf saying, holding a grudge and refusing to forgive is like drinking poison and waiting for the other person to die. Seems like letting resentment consume yourself caused these problems recently. No, I think it's pretty on the money. I've always remembered. I'm not really a big Dr. Wolf person, but I remember seeing that, and I like that stuck with me. And it's like, that kind of mentality.
I don't even really consider that forgiveness, though. I consider that letting go of resentment and not letting it affect you. But that doesn't mean you're like
Yeah.
okay with the person
don't
that
have to
did
forgive
it.
But like, you don't have to sit there
Yeah.
and stew and like be hateful. Like, what? You're really just hurting yourself. That person probably does not give a shit that you hate them. 9 times out of 10. So
Yeah.
it's like, don't put all your energy into hatred, because this doesn't really do anything for you. Laura Roll, thank you for the super chat. Do good things because it's right and loving and kind, not because you want to be known as a good person. Obsession with your image can F you up. Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all the super
Was it
chats.
the last one? All right,
Yeah.
awesome. Yay!
We're all caught up.
I know. We're probably out of things to say if you wanted to wrap up. Or
Yeah,
I'm starting to. I know for one that I need to sleep at some point because
it is midnight. Yeah.
except for Crim where it's
Yeah.
past 1 a.m.
Yeah.
I didn't
I
wake
expect
up
that
and-
from Crim though.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a night owl.
Me too.
I don't know how people have these weird hours. I don't sleep is the thing. I'm perfectly prepared for fatherhood because I don't sleep anyway on a normal basis. I'm ahead of the game.
Look, I worked with kids long enough to know that I never want to experience that part of it anyway.
I'll tell you this: the hardest part of having a pregnant spouse is dealing with aversions to food from my spouse because I usually
Oh,
cook most meals, and
poor
knowing
thing.
that I'm limited with what I can cook frustrates the hell out of
You
me.
poor thing, you must be suffering so much having a pregnant spouse.
Whoa,
You're
I
really
have
going
to
through
listen
it
to
right
my
now.
spouse talk about pregnancy woes, and I have to just watch and not experience any physical symptoms of the pregnancy process at all, and just be like, "Wow, I'm so woe is me for having to deal with this." I'm so sorry, it's terrible.
Go out and get the food that you want.
I just
You
wake
can-
up
you can
every
eat
morning and
out.
go. I just wake up every morning and go, "Wow, I am so happy not pregnant right now." To my pregnant spouse.
And then you're
I-
sleeping on the
I-
couch, I'm sure.
I feel comfortable saying this because my spouse is eyeing me and like pointing like at this moment as I'm saying it. I'm making eye contact with my spouse saying this right now. Who is just staring at me with a
So
look that
brave
says
of you.
everything.
So brave of you. I
Oh,
hope
and
you
we're
I
about
hope-
we're
I hope
about
your
to
couch-
we're about to turn you over. So
Yeah, I hope your I
I
hope
see
your
no downside
I
to
hope your
this.
spouse is comfortable. I hope your couch is comfortable.
Oh no, my spouse is taking out this other thing, this metal. Oh, a saw. Oh, she's taking a saw out. Oh, that's great. I see no danger in this situation whatsoever.
just a normal evening for you.
Basically.
Yeah.
But no, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Is there anything else that you guys kind of wanted to go over with this whole thing? We did
Yeah,
kind of like.
I think we got ended up venting
Yeah.
about it a bit, but
Yeah. Yeah.
I do
this is
think
kind
one
of.
thing. I do think one thing I'll say that I've just been thinking this whole time with Courtney and all this, and KP. It just speaks to how unstable their channels are as works. If they can just pivot on a dime to predator hunting in the first place, I think it's a natural progression of their channels. You know,
Yeah.
I don't think most channels go to predator hunting unless there's like something seriously wrong with their channels that leads them to that being the one option.
I'm not gonna
Because it's just not a lucrative. It's just not lucrative because
they're
you-
not thinking about that though. They just want the attention and the accolades, and
Well,
they just want
isn't that-
attention any way
that's
they
the
can get
problem.
it.
That's the problem with it. That's what I'm saying. It's like you don't go to that conclusion unless you're just looking for quick clicks.
And,
Mm.
There's,
And,
there's
like-
no longevity in it.
I think that, like, you know, I'm not going to pretend that me covering Lily Orchard wasn't a massive boost to my channel in the beginning. I haven't covered Lily in a very long time, though. I've probably, at this point, there's been more time that I have spent away from that than with it. And I think if that's your go-to thing, if that's the only thing you have to talk about, then, like, I think you're gonna run out of steam eventually. I like to think that like I ended up kind of shifting in a way that made people want to stay, and like I actually have more subscribers now, and I am growing at a better rate, and honestly am in a much better financial situation not covering Lily Orchard. So
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't even covered her that much, only when I have something to say about a video she's made.
yeah, yeah, we're all doing, we're all doing quite fine for ourselves without her. So it's always been very frustrating that like, oh well, you're only popular because of this, and I can tell you look on YouTube, and there are like a few dozen channels that they made a video about Lily Orchard, and not only did that video not give any views, but they didn't grow after that. So clearly there's something else that made people stick
Exactly.
Yeah.
around.
Like, here's the thing. Like, my channel, my first, I'm a little different from you guys in that a lot of my initial stuff was not Lily Orchard related, and that was what gave me a boost initially. But talking about Lily Orchard is beneficial to the channel. It also isn't the only thing I've talked about. And I think the reason why people come to my channel and come back to my channel is because I offer a perspective that is unique to me. And I've encountered a lot of pushback with my channel over the years. Over the year, not years. It hasn't really been 2 years yet. It's a year and a half. Like over the last year and a half, it's been like there's been a few videos I put out that have been very controversial that people have pushed back against. And it's just a matter of continuing on. I think that people like what I do and come back because I think I offer some insightful feedback. I can be very rough in terms of my editing style and presentation, but I think that the ideas I present are what draw people in, and I think that's really valuable.
Well,
I think that if you offer something that people want to hear from and want to see your perspective on, that's all that matters, I think, ultimately.
well, there's also like you look at Courtney, and her whole identity and presence online has been about Lily. And you look at somebody like I Love Kim Possible a lot, who got a massive boost in views, more than she has in years, and probably at this point I think it's the best performing video on her channel. And that hasn't persisted. That didn't, because she's back down. Like KP and I get about the same views, and KP has 124,000 subscribers at the time of streaming this. And
Okay, so I just looked at KP's
most
channel.
of the time, there's a couple of times where she covers a controversial topic where, oh, she gets a bunch of views. But like, I have a similar view count as KP has had in the past year, and
Mhm.
I am 1/100th of her size. So
So I just
That's
looked at
sad.
KP's channel just now. Her most popular video has 1 million views, but that was 10 years ago.
okay,
Every single channel she's had since, almost all of her most popular videos are from 9 or 10 years ago, like or 11 years ago. The Lily Orchard vid is her most popular video in about 5 years.
Yeah.
By a massive margin.
Yeah.
But everything else is like much, much, much older, and you regularly get a comparable amount of views to her, and your channel is truly, in terms of subscriber count, about
1/100th.
1/60th of the size.
Yeah,
1/60th, I'll say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but it's a fraction. So, yeah,
Yeah. It's
so
genuinely sad looking at this.
I guess the point here is that like if you couch your identity on taking people down and destroying their reputations, and that's all you have, you're not gonna get a lot. You have to do something else, and you have to. So I don't know. Yeah.
Well, the frustrating thing about covering Lily too was like when I started, I didn't know anything about her allegations or anything. I just knew her old Steven Universe video was bad, but she had just made a new one in response to Hip, basically. And I was like, oh, let's look at that on my art stream. And I honestly, the reason I first put up anything from it on YouTube was I was so impressed at my own recall on Revolutionary Girl Utena that she talked about in that video that I decided to like cut that into like a little 11-minute thing and just slap it on my YouTube channel, and it got 5,000 views out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I said, "Holy shit!" I said, "Well, I was thinking of reacting to her one on the movie too, and maybe I can cut those two together." And there was some kind of fire in my brain editing that video. I don't know what it was, but I really, really had to do this. But even then, I thought, it'll get like 10,000 views, and then whatever, I'll slink back into the shadows. And suddenly, I was monetized and had 3,000 subs, and I was like, okay.
And covering something dramatic and topical absolutely helps. I don't think any of us are going to pretend that it doesn't, but then you have to know what to do with it. And
exactly, and I've just been kind of winging it and growing as I grow. But that's the thing, I'm not here to like just get attention and be like, okay, everybody praise me because I'm here. I'm like, okay, well, how can I grow this? What direction can I go? And what else can I do with this? Because my friends told me to be a YouTuber for years. They're like, you're so funny, you should be a YouTuber. But I was like, I'm not good at scripting things and performing a script. You know, I'm better off the cuff. And so I had been doing an art stream for a few years on Twitch, but this whole thing of doing a stream and then cutting it into a video has been working for me because that's just how I operate. I'm much better live.
Yeah.
You know?
The thing also is, you know, like obviously at this point, like I'm very privileged and I can talk to other people who are like big on YouTube. Do you know what they all have in common? Like the ones who've been around for years. They just want to talk about the topics they like. They're all their fixation, their interests, and they're well-rounded. They have a lot of skill, and they're well-rounded. They have a few different interests they like, and they like to discuss and engage in different dynamic ways about it. And you know, sometimes you know what happens when a video doesn't work? That didn't work out. All right, on to the next thing. You know, they keep moving forward. And there's an intense excitement for the material they're covering. And that's very inspiring. Whenever I've talked to a few, and they all have that same kind of spark and excitement.
Well,
even if something doesn't work out,
I joke that my channel has become my evil way to get everybody into the shit I like.
And I think that this look, I say this as somebody who walked away from the whole showbiz thing before, because I think being in it to be popular or whatever is fundamentally, it's going to be very insincere and people aren't going to connect to you. And I talk to this a lot about people that like, oh, I want to, you know, I'm going to draw this and I'm going to produce this and I'm going to make this video. And my question for them is always, okay, do you like streaming? Do you like recording? Do you like editing? Do you like drawing? If you like doing that, if you like writing, if you're doing it because you love to do that, and you're not just doing it for the end product, you're going to have a lot better luck doing this whole little YouTube thing than you would if it was just like, oh, I just want to get my opinion out there. And I kind of like was pretty cynical early on, where it's like, I think there's something deeply wrong with all of us for putting ourselves out there and sacrificing our privacy and dignity.
This is true.
And
this is very true.
To some extent, I do believe that. I'm not saying that like, oh, we're
creatives.
Yeah, I'm not
creatives.
saying.
So
I'm not saying
naturally
we're all a bunch
compelled to do.
We're not a bunch of drama whores or anything. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that like, I think that like your brain has to work a certain way for like, I want to put myself out there and entertain / you know, like you want like the I don't know. I think there is something.
It is something hard. It is hard to explain to others when you're creative, because it's like I just have a compulsion to make things and do shit. I can't explain it, but I've always had that, you know.
And then you want to share that. And you do kind of sacrifice a bit of your privacy, and you put yourself on display for people, and it's like a very vulnerable situation to put in. And I think if you're comfortable doing that for a long period of time, I think that gets a little. I
couldn't not do art or anything,
Yeah.
you know. I couldn't. I don't know what other people do with their time, honestly.
Yeah, I think it.
Nothing creative, apparently.
I think Milena says a lot of people are horrified about the idea of being in front of an audience. I think that's the default normal way to think.
Yeah.
it is terrifying. But you know,
Real theater kid energy that we bring to the
yeah,
table.
yeah, yeah. I think you do need to have a little bit of the theater kid in you, but
Oh god, yeah. I was a theater kid,
yeah,
at least in junior high.
I was a wannabe theater kid.
That tracks.
Yeah. Does Crim ever have a nose? I absolutely do have a nose sometimes.
Well, is it on your face though?
What the fuck does that mean? I think don't
You're
I
a
have
little
it?
demon thing. It could be anywhere.
I mean, like I draw the character with the nose sometimes in my like little talk sprites. I have a nose in the thumbnail of this video.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. Amazing. Nose spotted. Rare sighting. Anyway.
On stream, you just have your little grippers out.
Yeah. Well, why people are so mean? I just think the little claws are cute. Okay. Listen.
I only said it because it bugs you.
People are always teasing me about the grippers. It's because, which reminds me, I need to make you play later, alligator.
Oh yeah, I should put that on my next
Yeah,
time
you
I wanna do,
better.
like, was it what I can do in one stream? Is it or could I do it in like two?
I don't. It's a game that you'd want to play through more than once. You kind of have
Even
to.
games like that, I tend to only play them once on stream at least. So
yeah, you
like
could go through.
they had to teach me how to cheat so I'd do the other endings of Wani.
Yeah, but I don't want to spoil it too much, but there's some meta things where you have to play through it more than once to get all of the little endings, but you don't have to do the whole thing on stream, but one playthrough I think would be fun.
Yeah, I could probably do like a single playthrough in one stream. I'm just trying to categorize it in my head because I have
Anyway.
I have my game stream ideas split into like 1 shots and then like 2 to 4 shots and then like really long ones.
Listen, I think that this is the correct way to draw hands down. These little triangle, like, and that's why
You're not wrong.
I just think just a little stub with 3 little claws is the best way to draw hands and feet. And
Definitely the easiest.
it's actually kind of the simplest art I find is actually harder to make look good. Because
True, you do have to be purposeful
details.
with it. Yeah,
You can't hide it with
still have to be
details. Adventure Time art, like surprisingly difficult to pull off, but it's really fun, and if you're good at it, you know. But there's less. There's
the simplest cartoons are deceptively complex and purposeful.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, but that's it's little characters like this. I just think the little claws are cute, and that was what I was trying to evoke, and it definitely has nothing to do with the fact that I hate drawing shoes. Definitely has nothing to do with that. I'm really bad at drawing shoes. I'm like terrible at it. But anyway, yeah, we're just kind of rambling now.
Yeah. Probably a good
As
time.
you
I think you have a couple of other super chats you might want to do before we go.
Yeah. Aunt 2's pregnant spouse. But what about what I wanted for dinner? Crimp's nose is right next to that hidden third eye. Oh yeah. If you guys didn't know the lore, my little character has a third eye. I think I can get the picture of that up. I don't really reveal much on stream, but if you look at my Minecraft skin, which is what this character is based off of, there is a third eye under the hair, if you were to remove the hair. And that's just been a canon thing from the beginning. Where is Firefox?
Hidden Crimothy
there.
lore.
There's a little third little eye, ma'am. Anyway, oh, I got another one. What D&D class would Pat play as? Like Pat from Later Alligator? I feel like he'd be I want to say cleric, but maybe a paladin. he's a dweeb, so. Anyway, yeah, I'm probably gonna wrap up then, unless you guys have anything else to say, or did you want to
Nah.
plug anything?
You
I have
should
something plug.
you should pay Crim $10 to join his Minecraft server. We have a lot of fun over there.
I got something I could plug.
Okay.
If you want to see me criticize a video that I think will probably be controversial, go to my channel. I have a video that came out this Friday where I talk about Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy and Joker and another YouTuber who. Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah, I hear the pain in your voice there, Crim.
Yeah,
What's
you
that?
kicked a hornet's nest, didn't you?
I'm not gonna go into it right now, but I have so many feelings about that. But also, I think that the person who did that video was garbage. But
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like it is a complicated topic, but
can't-
he shouldn't have done it.
yeah, well, you can't have like any critical analysis because people are out here just being homophobes. And it's like, well, I would love to talk critically about the relationship between Ivy and Harley, but you just hate gay people, so I can't do that because I have to fucking defend gay people now, and now I have no room to talk about. It kind of reminds me of this video that came out that I watched that I really liked, is that stop lying about the Good Doctor. It is bad, and you don't have to make up lies about it to, kind of show that, because a lot of the hate towards the Good Doctor is just like, oh, you just hate autistic people, and people being visibly autistic. And granted, there's a lot of shit wrong with that show, but it's not like the stuff that people say it is 9 times out of 10. And I don't hit me with a hammer aside, but I think the same thing about Has Been Hotel and Hello Boss. Plenty to criticize there, but people focus on the wrong things, in my opinion, and it's in that pursuit.
No, I completely agree with you. They're not
It's-
even my favorite thing in the world. It's just how people go after the creator, and it's just
Well-
90% misogyny.
it's the pursuit of being morally correct rather than actually thinking critically
Yeah.
about anything. But anyway.
Yeah. Before we get onto another tangent, yeah.
Yeah. Let's call it there because
I'm too eepy to go over that topic right now.
I will be making a future video about Has Been Hotel.
If you want to fight me on Has Been Hotel on stream sometime to attract a lot of people, I'll do that.
Oh my god. Okay.
I have
Yeah.
no interest in talking about Has Been
Yeah.
Hotel under any circumstances currently.
Well, there we go, Crib. It'll be just me and you fighting about Has Been Hotel. It'll be great.
Okay. Listen. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Just one second.
You know when
I
the
just
stream's
need
supposed to
to-
end like immediately?
Listen.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen. Here's my
We're doing
opinion.
an Irish goodbye.
Here's
No, wait, we're
here's
doing the
my
opposite of an
here's
Irish
my
goodbye.
opinion on
Italian goodbye.
Has Been Hotel is that Jonan Vasquez and Maxwell Adams ran so that Vipsy Pop could fall flat on her fucking face.
Why would you say something so controversial and yet so brave?
See, but the thing is, Crim, that's fine because you're not trying to paint her as like a Nazi and the worst person in the world because you don't like her art.
I just don't like her cartoon.
Yeah, that's fine.
I
That's
don't know anything about Busy
normal.
Pop as a person. I'm just gonna. I
Yeah.
just
That's-
don't like
I don't
her hell
care.
cartoon.
I don't care about who she is as a person. But anyway,
We can nerd fight about it. It'd be
yeah,
fun.
yeah. Let's do that someday. Let's do that.
Yeah.
But
I'm
for
gonna
now,
make an hour-long video, and it's just gonna be me saying I don't care about Has Been Hotel. The whole video. It's gonna be
We
that,
just-
and I'm gonna be
That's where you have the ant sock puppet. You just have him say like that canned line every once in a while.
I don't care about Has Been Hotel, and that would be just
There
the
you go.
entire thing I say. Like,
You
like,
press
what do
you
think
press a
about this?
button and the puppet just says
what's that?
yeah.
That one guy that's like,
Has Been
I don't
Hotel
care
is-
that you broke your leg, but that one line. But that's
Yes.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Anyway, I'm
Okay.
I'm gonna hop off call then and wrap the stream up.
Sounds good. I'm gonna run away then.
Yeah.
Farewell. Thank you so much for having me, Krim.
My
Appreciate it.
thanks for coming
Yeah.
on, you guys.
Thanks for having us.
All right, bye bye.
Bye bye, everybody.
And another super chat. Thank you very much, Adrian Parchman. Has been /Hell of Attacks. I've messaged a couple people to see if they wanted to chat. But I don't think that's going to be happening. I think we're done for the night. So I am going to wrap it up here. If you haven't liked the stream, make sure you like it and make sure you're subscribed. Check out Anthony and Sai's channels. They are over in suggested channels over on my main YouTube page, so you can find them that way, more by searching up Sai Scribbles and Anthony Grimuglia. If you would like to support me on Patreon, there's a link in the description down below, or you can do a one-time donation over Ko-Fi. Thank you to my patrons: Harvey, Hummus, Mohammed, Paige, Shy, Boggle, Fiona, Zephyr, S. Astra, Easy Walker, Space Frog, Swampling, and Vex. And a special thanks to my staff, Mothra, Squeakers, Boggle, and Sparrow. Let me see if there's anybody that I can send to you for a redirect. And there's nobody, so I'm going to leave you guys here. Have a great night and enjoy your week. Bye-bye.